scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually...
I'm watching the rise, and I wouldn't say I'm shocked cause I'm hardly surprised. This one's for the ride, this one's for who knew I'd make it, just needed some time. This one's for my wife, could've left 1,000 times just to by my side. This one's for the grind, I knew it would happen, just had the strength in my mind.
It's the Travel OG, and welcome to the Black Manosphere Conclave 5.0!
We got started in 2021 in Atlanta, united in the pursuit of excellence in all things. It's been one hell of a ride.
Can I tell you what's on my mind? Cause I've been thinking about it for quite some time. Hey, can you give me a moment to declare my love? Can I tell you what's on my mind?
We're now focusing more on opportunities for men, in particular passport bros. Guys who go abroad, they want to have a different lifestyle, they want to have a different achievement abroad. Oh yeah, there's without a doubt the narrative has changed for us greatly.
I just finished speaking and having a chance to tell individuals about how to live the American dream outside of America. And I was here to help so many men when it comes to understanding what they need to do in order to relocate.
With the political climate, things that are happening worldwide, guess what? Nobody's coming to save us. So it is indicative that we all bound together, tighten up like a fist, and strike a mighty blow against everything that's fighting to stop us, man.
It's nothing but good, positive people, good, positive energy with one goal in mind, and that is to make money, get the hell out the Matrix, and enjoy your life. You dig? So shout out to all of y'all. Theme music.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? This is your man Marcus A. Brown, and I'm here to tell y'all that I just got done with my first consultation with the brother Andre of Love Crossing Borders. I just wanted to give him his praises. I need y'all to do two things if you haven't already. If you haven't, subscribe to his YouTube channel, Love Crossing Borders. Also, if you are going to Colombia, if you're thinking of going anywhere, traveling internationally, please consider booking a consultation with the OG Andre of Love Crossing Borders. You will not be disappointed. And y'all, get in tune with him if you haven't already. Tell him MAB sent you. Peace.
Where are all the black men? And I'm not talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually...
Well, actually, they're here with Andre and Andre's Love Crossing Borders. Shout out to all you guys and ladies that dare to tread this channel. 2025. Congratulations to President Trump and all that he's been able to accomplish for the MAGA and for the Republican Party. But what about the rest of us? I'll say this again. Congratulations to President Donald Trump, Donald John, that is. Congratulations, Donald John, for looking out for the Republican Party, corporations, and even the MAGA following. But the question remains, what about the rest of us? It seems to be that Americans are asking that question in record numbers. What about the rest of us? And now they're actually giving their own answer. In 2025, over 180,000 Americans decided to leave America and never come back. Now, you know, I've been gone for almost a decade, and I saw this coming when I left almost a decade ago. But for many individuals, the numbers are going to continue to increase. This past year was the first year in U.S. history that America has had more Americans leaving the country, or actually leaving the country, than actually coming into the country. Nobody wants to come to America for a sporting event, for a job, for opportunity. Nobody. And it's not just because of ICE. Inflation, violence in the streets. When it comes to politics, food, basic cost of living. Many individuals in other countries are starting to realize that going to America is just not worth, the juice is not worth the squeeze. And even American citizens are realizing this in record numbers. The last time that we had this many Americans leave the United States was after World War II and during the era of the Great Depression, actually, where individuals just couldn't find jobs in the United States and they decided to leave and go to other countries. And now in 2025 and 2026, those numbers are being shattered because Americans are fed up and they want to live the American dream, but they realize you just can't do it in America. So we're going to look at tonight's episode, why are America's leaving, and why are Americans leaving and never coming back? We're going to look at tonight on Love Crossing Borders. But first, we got shout outs to do. Yes, sir. Shout out to all you guys that are here with Andre and Andre's Love Crossing Borders. Thank you guys for your patience. We got 22 in the building. This is a wonderful, wonderful Tuesday evening. I hope you guys who are thinking about relocating outside the United States, tonight episode kind of gives you some motivation, let you know that you're not alone. You're not by yourself in regards to your decision of thinking about relocating outside the United States, whether it be full-time, whether it be part-time, whether it be for a short time, or whether it be permanently. We're here to motivate you. Remember, this channel is dedicated to two things and two things only: international relationships and international relocation. The double R, if you will. Let's get started with the shout out. Our brother Talonis is in the building. Glad to see that you're here, brother. Appreciate you being here. Numero uno. He says this: what's good, Dre? Having a great day, brother. Having a really, really good day. Shout out to my brother Marcus Williams of the Williams family. Glad to see you're here, Marcus. He said, me and my wife are moving to the motherland. Shout out to you, the continent of Africa. Yes, sir. Next year. Count down, count down. I am not mad at you, brother. I am not mad at you or the missus. Congratulations to you both. Definitely keep us all posted in regards to the steps that you're taking. And my brother 313, them Detroit boys at it again.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Don't play with us. You know we from Detroit. You know how it was going to end up. You knew how it was going to end up. Shout out to you, brother. Salute to you as well, Nate. Salute to you as well. He said, all here today. Happy vibe. Tuesdays to all. Yes, sir. It's going to be a good one, man. Really good show. And shout out to, once again, David Dice of the Dice family. Glad to see you're here. He say, family, Andre and Andrea, salute to you as well, Dave, the collector of the real. Hey, I'm ordering that chocolate bar cologne. I'm going to be ordering that this week. So yeah, that's been on my mind. Out of all the colognes we had, I say I gotta get that chocolate bar. That's kind of novel. That's a nice little novelty to have. Dave says this. He said Americans are leaving America in large numbers because I'm saying this as an American. This is a degenerate, depressing country with no class or standards. And you know why I was kind of stuttering for a second, Dave? I was having flashbacks. You notice as I was reading your message, I was kind of stuttering. Truth is, I was having flashbacks about how depressing America was when I was in America. Even though I had the nice house in the suburbs, living in Florida, I'm surrounded by women of all ages and all stages of life. I am sexing down the sexiest of the sexy. I'm down in Miami acting the fool. I'm all in Orlando acting the fool. I'm in Tampa, Clearwater, St. Pete. Shout out to St. Petersburg. All in Daytona, just beating coochies up, just acting a fool with it. And I wasn't even happy. I was okay. You know, I was making like 87 a year. At that time period, 10 years ago, 2015, 2016, making 87 a year was pretty good. I was riding my convertible and I had my Ford F-150, Harley Davidson edition, right? So I should have, in all things, I should have been happy. Nah, I wasn't. I ain't gonna spread that lie. I was so stressed out in the United States. And I realized now that I'm out of the States, most of the stress was not stress that I created. It was just being in the atmosphere of a stressful country. It was just, I was picking up stressful energy from other people's stresses. I'm stressing on your stresses. You stressing on my stresses. Sometimes we all stressing. At work, we stressing. We get home, we stressing. We stressing about food prices in the grocery store. So all of our energy is in that one grocery store. We stressing about how these prices are going up. We stressing about sending kids to school because you know if they ain't gonna make it out of school or not because some fool is shot up to school. We all just stressing. You stressing off of my stress. I'm stressing off of yours. I might have a day ain't nothing going wrong. I'm gonna say this again. I know this about my life in the United States. I was having days where nothing went wrong and I am stressed the heck out. I'm literally living off of whatever's stressing you out. You're having a good day. And you're wondering, why am I having a good day, but I'm still stressed or depressed or tense? Because you stressing off of my stress. What's got me stressed out? Man, I left the United States, man. First thing that left me like a bad relationship. Stressing. Does life happen outside the United States? Ask anybody that lives outside the United States and they will tell you, life gonna keep lifing. Life gonna keep lifing. But it doesn't have to be stressful. It does not have to be stressful. You in the United States, you one paycheck away, the average American, from losing your home, whether it be mortgage or rent. You lose a paycheck, let's say you work online, and you lose a paycheck in a foreign country, you're gonna be all right for a few months. Your last paycheck will still be able to take care of you for a few months until that next paycheck comes. The stress ain't stressing. I'm telling y'all the truth. The stress ain't stressing like when you in the States, bro. When you back home in the States, man, it is a whole nother level of stress. I kid you not. So, hey, this particular live stream is not to let you think that you can't accomplish something. This live stream that I do, and we're going to be doing throughout the week about those that relocated outside the United States, this is to encourage you, to let you know, hey, your time is coming and it's coming soon. What you're dreaming about and what you're desiring is not foolish. The desire to want to leave and live in a different country and live your days out in peace, that's not foolish. That's why I keep doing these live streams about America, about Canada, about Australia, about UK, about the West, in other words, to let you guys know, if you do not want to live in the West, there are other options waiting for you. Because I'm gonna say this before we go on with the shout outs. If you wait on the United States or Canada to let you know about all the other benefits that you can get in other countries, you will never make it out. America is never going to tell you about the medical benefits that you get in Portugal, Spain, Thailand. They will never tell you about the Philippines, all the benefits you get. They will never tell you about the cost of living in Kenya, South Africa, Morocco. They'll never tell you about that. They will never tell you get a bang for your buck in Colombia, Brazil, Mexico, Costa Rica, Panama. They are not going to share that information. So you can forget about waiting for America to tell you that there are other options out there that you can get a better bang for your buck. They will never tell you that your kids can go to school in Germany and go all the way through college for free. They ain't gonna tell you about that in Germany, in Norway, in Poland. They ain't gonna tell you that your kids can get some of the best education and a great cost of living in China. What? Bali? Mongolia? They are gonna tell you that. They are not going to tell you those things. So you might as well stop waiting for the United States, for Donald John to hold a press conference and give y'all the truth about other countries. It ain't going to happen. And the other thing we're going to talk about that's not going to happen, they are not going to tell you how unsafe the United States officially is as of 2025-26. We're going to look at that tonight. You guys are going to be amazed. Out of 165, 163 countries that are ranked as the most peaceful, safest countries to walk on and have children and go to work and come home and go to the grocery store and go to concerts and go to the movies. What countries are the safest countries to do that? Yeah, wait till y'all see where America ranks. Y'all ain't gonna be talking about Colombia too much. Y'all ain't gonna be putting Colombia down too much. What y'all see where America ranks when it comes to some of the safest countries. Let me get to the super chat real quick because my brother David Dice is saying this, showing love. He said, Dre, he said, when I booked that consultation with you, he said, I'm gonna have many questions, but the biggest one is how I'm going to convince my parents you aren't. You aren't. You see, I didn't even go the rest of to leave. You aren't. The way you're going to convince them is them seeing you. I kid you. Every guy that has their mom has come down here to Colombia, I've met mothers, grandmothers, aunties. I've met them all. You know the number one way that they got convinced? Number one, they saw how our lives were after we left. Once they saw how our lives were, then they start coming down. Once your family sees how your life is in whatever country you choose, I promise, then that's when they start coming down. Once they start seeing how much you pay for medical or don't pay for medical, how much you pay for groceries or don't pay for groceries, once they start seeing that in you, because it's one thing to say it, but it's another thing for them to wait a couple of months and say, oh man, he living good. Oh wow, that's a nice apartment. I didn't know it was like that down there. Wow, ooh, wow. How much are the flights? And the next thing you know, mom, dad, uncles, cousins, and aunties, they want to fly down now. Your sister that said, I ain't going no Colombia, the same one that's on the flight. Same one that said, I ain't never going to DR, is the same one that be on a flight. The way that you're going to convince them, I promise you, it's like that for all of us when they see your life in the new country. Until then, you can talk all you want, but they ain't seen your life in the new country yet. That you haven't shown that you can do it, so they can do it. He said, convince my parents to leave because I do not want to live or leave them behind. I feel the same way too. I feel that same survivor's remorse too. I got partners that say, man, I ain't got no remorse. They don't want to leave. That's on them. They think America's so great. That's on them. So I got partners that's like, I don't feel sorry for them. I kid you not, man. I think about my family and friends all the time. I'm like, how the hell? And I'm talking about some very financially successful friends. And I be looking like, how the hell y'all eating that food? How y'all drinking that water? How y'all sending y'all kids to them schools? How y'all letting y'all kids watch them cartoons? You know, it's almost like, you know, you can't say nothing, but you want to say something. So I understand what it's like to feel like you're the only person that survived the plane crash. That's survivor's remorse. I go through that. I don't talk about it a lot, but I go through it a lot. I do. I go through it a lot, brothers. Even behind the States, he said, but I might have to. But yeah, you will have to initially. But once they see you as an example, I kid you not, everything start falling into place, and then they say, hey, let me book a ticket to come visit you. Shout out to my
guy where I was from. He said, oh, Canada.
Shout out to my Canadian brother in the building, Black Nubian. Glad to see that you're here. And thank you guys for supporting by way of PayPal, Cash App, Super Chat. And my brother Jay Hasten in the building. Glad to see that you're here. It's real quick. Oh, there we go. Okay. He said, I'm upset I missed Cologne. Yeah, you did. That was fun. Shout out to all you guys. Shout out to all you guys that were here for the Cologne episode. That was fun. That was fun. I'm going to be posting that in the Patreon. There's a lot of stuff that I'm going to be doing over the last few weeks in the Patreon. Over the next few weeks in the Patreon. He said I missed the Cologne episode. He said David Dice put out heat. Yes, he did, man. Yes, he did. I got my notes sitting right here, right here. He said also, if you have 150 to spend, thinks. Oh, let me see. Let me write that one down. Write that one down right now. Let me not even pretend. Sphinx Ocean, Oceanic. Oh, Oceanic Symphony. Okay. Okay, cool. Cool. He said it's Pacific Chill with a beautiful twist. I'll take that. I will take that. Thank you very much, brother. Let me scroll back up right here. Make sure I got everybody. I see Ronan here as well. Got to catch with you, Ronan, so we can schedule the day. I got to catch up with you, and I got to catch up with Faulty. Petey People's in the building. He said, good evening, He said, good evening, Dre. He said, whenever you give away some clothes, do not want to hook me up, dog. You don't want to hook me up, dog. He said, and I'm looking for a boutique or a bouquet, Panama, and invested. I didn't get. Is that a cologne? Let me know. Shout out to Dirk being in the building. D Kirk, that is. Roll back down. Get to my brother D Kirk. Shout out to you, brother. Glad to see that you're here. And we got Mr. 007 as well as D Kirk in the building. He said, "What up, though? What up, brother? Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you as well as T Max. Salute to you, gentlemen that are here. Salute to you." Let me scroll down a little further. Mr. 007 says, another good place to work if you are in the energy job sector is Australia. Good call. He say fly in, fly out jobs, aka FI, aka fuck around and find out. No, that's not fuck around and find out. That is FIFO. Okay, let me want to know what a FIFO is. He says not a good place to live if you want to get away from the West culture. I hear that too about Australia. Shout out to Zeta being in the building as well. Appreciate you being here, brother. Salute to you. We got my brother Jake Anderson, the great. He say JATG in the building. Salute to you as well. Andre and Andre, Love Crossing Borders, and Grown Man's Chat. We got a great topic for tonight, guys. This is going to be a good one. Shout out to my brother Don sent me this video. And you know me, I got to kind of like chop it up and make it good for us. But yeah, Americans are leaving out of the United States in record numbers, bruh. Shout out to my brother being in the building. He said this. He said, they better not spread their wicked ways. You know what? I kid you not. I think most Americans that are relocating outside of America are Americans that want to adapt to other countries. I find that most Americans that relocate, not visit, but relocate to Italy, want to live the life that the Italians are living. Those who are moving to Portugal are not trying to get the Portuguese to speak English. They're trying to learn Portuguese. They're trying to buy cars and travel in the food in Portugal and handle things that way. Most of us that live in Colombia, we are not trying to make an American version of Colombia. You know how they have a Chinatown in almost every major city? We ain't trying to build an American town. Like you in Colombia, you got a few guys that have opened up American restaurants like Sweet Georgia Cafe in Medellin. But for the most part, we're trying to acclimate to the new country. We do not want anything that reminds us of our old country. We love America. Do not get me wrong. I love America. But I am not trying to go. Remember when Babyface got a divorce? Remember when Babyface had his beautiful wife, got a divorce? Remember what his new girlfriend looked like? The wife. Remember that? We was like, Babyface, you got a new girl. Wait, hold up, what Babyface? Come on now. How come your new girlfriend look just like your wife? You could have kept the wife, Babyface, if you was gonna do that, right? It's the same thing with us that relocate. We are not trying to emulate anything that has to remind us of the United States. I was telling Andrea this. If it wasn't for our branding and social media, I would really know nothing about the United States. I'm a professional umbilical cord cutter. I will cut the umbilical cord to a female, cut the umbilical cord to a city, cut the umbilical cord to a country. I have no problem cutting umbilical cords. If it was not for social media, other than sports and maybe a few movies, I probably wouldn't. 99% of what I know about the United States, I wouldn't know if we weren't doing what we were doing. I am not trying to emulate, and most people that I meet that come down here, we are not trying to create a little America or an American version of. And I talk to people from all over the world, and every one of them, if they're in Panama, they want to live the life of Panamanians. If they are in Brazil, they want to live a life that is of an upper class Brazilian. They are not trying to go to Brazil and create a little America. So yeah, most of us will not be spreading our wicked ways. That's what my point is. Good point. T-Mac in the building once again. T-Mac says this. He said we need to keep enough Pookies and taxpayers in the United States. That's right. To take care of all the Karens and big chicks and to fund the government so that we can enjoy our lives overseas. He is 1,000% correct. That's exactly how I look at it. That is exactly how I look at it. Coordinate order. I kid you not. I wish I could put it any other way, but I agree with T-Mac. All the Pookies, Ray-Rays, Nooks, Paw-Paws, all the aunties, cousins, nephew, your family, my family, if they don't want to leave, good. This channel is not dedicated to convincing Americans and Canadians to leave America. I got another channel that I'm launching in a few weeks, and it is about kind of like the information that we're going to share tonight. But I kid you not, my calling is not to convince Americans it's time to go. You got to leave. Oh no, no, you got to stay. I need you to stay right there. I need you to stay right there. Spend your money. Keep the U.S. dollar strong for me. Pay your taxes. for me so I can get all these wonderful tax breaks. T-Mac can get these tax breaks. Continue to vote the way you do for me. We get so many benefits for living outside the United States, man, that you think I want everybody out here? Hell no. I'm not one of the people that be like, yeah, all black people should leave the United States. No, you shouldn't. Keep your asses right there. Don't you leave. Y'all got to go to work in the morning. Get your ass to work tomorrow. Shout out to Ronan Travelers in the building. Ronan says this. He says, salute, Love Crossing Borders. Salute to you as well, Ronan. He says this. He said, good morning from the Philippines. Drinking cafe, enjoying the coffee. He say, and starting my day here listening. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. And I know what we're going to watch tonight, Ronan can definitely attest to. Let me scroll down a little further. Make sure I got everybody. I know I got Zeta. I got Ronan again. Ronan right there. LJV, Southern Vegan. Doing all right. And we got Tori Brown. Yes, we're ready for tonight's episode now. He says, been a while. Hello, my friends. I'm glad to see you here, Tori. I really am, man. That's why I'm like, hey, we're about to have a good show. We got Tori in the building. And we got the African Wolf in the building. He said 2026 Exodus from the United Plantations. Yes, sir. All 50 of them. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Black Chairman is in the building. He says, sending blessings to the fellas in the chat and to Andre. Blessings to you too, brother. Blessings to you too as well. Let me make sure I got everybody. Jay says this. He says, you're going to tell them, he said, you're going to tell them what they're doing in Atlanta and some states in the South. Nope. I'm not going to talk about all that in detail. Nope. I would, dude, this episode would be 9 hours long if I talked about all the buffoonery that's taking place in the United States or because of the United States, meaning the wars. If I talked about all the buffoonery and foolishness that we're doing back home in the United States, hey, listen, it will be a 9-hour show. So I got to be specific tonight about what issues that I address, because there's just so much to address. Shout out to Lupe in the building, my brother. He says this. He says they will tell you that every other country is dangerous. Yes, they will. Okay, let's get started with that. I wanted to wait, but since Chalupe brought it up, we're going to go to, real quick, the Global Peace Index for 2025. The Global Peace Index for 2025. Let's see, when it comes to safety of going to churches, safety of going to grocery stores, safety of raising your kids, safety of theft and crime, or away from theft and crime, say just all around safety. Let's look at how they judge it. Let's look at how they judge safety first. I want to change the music. Then I'm going to come back to the shout outs, gentlemen. I'm not done with the shout outs because I know a few of you guys are still here. Got to show you guys some love. But I want to change the music, right? I'm going to blow this up just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Okay. This is how the Global Peace Index that's put out every year at the end of the year. So this came out in 2026 regarding 2025. This is how they judge peace for a country. 2025 Peace Index reveals a continuing decline in global peace. I'll say this again. When it comes to our planet as one, we are declining in peace. This is hard to find peace just as a planet. With the key indicators that predict major conflicts that are higher than times since World War II. We have more conflicts, more wars, more internal conflicts a country within a country dealing with conflicts. Like Colombia has its own conflicts. I kid you guys not, man. There are more conflicts in the world today than any time since World War II. Rising conflicts, deaths because of the wars and other things, accelerating geopolitical tensions. Iran, anyone? Iran. The middle power assertiveness are driving the great fragmentation. Not the Great Depression, but the great fragmentation. In other words, a fundamental reshaping of the global order. And this is what we're talking about today, that people are leaving the United States, going to other countries. And a lot of this is reshaping the country's global order and marking the emergence of a new geopolitical era. We know that America petrodollar is not as strong as it used to be. We know that most countries don't look at America with that reverence and fear anymore. We know that the term American doesn't hold that weight that it used to. Now, right now, I'm just laying a foundation of what are the most peaceful countries in the world and how they judge it. So when we sit back and we see America on this list, you'll realize why America sits where it sits on this list when it comes to peace and safety. Once again, peace and safety. Is America peaceful enough to live in? Is America safe enough from sea to shining sea? I'm not talking about a couple of cities. I'm talking about the whole country. Is America a country where you will recommend somebody to go to from another country if they want to live in a country that's full of peace and full of safety? Let's see where America ranks. Now, what they're saying is this. What they found in 2025, we already talked about that is more conflicts since World War II. The Global Peace Index has deteriorated since 2014, with over 100 countries deteriorating when it comes to the peace over the last decade. So it's not just America deteriorating when it comes to safety. A lot of countries have deteriorated, almost 100 when it came to peace. There are currently 59 active state-based conflicts. That's the most in the world since World War II, right now. So when we sit back and say, has World War III started? Yes. And remember what I said, World War III will be conflicts among smaller countries, not large ones. With over 52,000 conflict-related deaths in 2024. Because the peace and the safety globally is not there like it used to be. Another thing that they found out, there were 17 countries with over 1,000 internal conflict deaths. 17 countries, the highest since 1999. And further, 18 countries recorded over 100 deaths because of conflicts. The world is at an inflection point that they discovered, with global influence and power fragmenting. The countries that were the superpowers are at that point where they do not intimidate smaller countries like they used to. Have you guys noticed small countries aren't scared of America as much as they used to be? America has to prove itself now. But smaller countries don't care about America having this and having that. We're not going to go all the way down through everything, but the one thing I can say, in 2024, because of wars and conflicts and because of lack of peace and a lack of stability and a lack of safety, it cost us as humans almost $20 trillion in 2024 because of wars and the lack of peace in our cities, in our communities, whether it be mass shootings, whether it be police brutality, whether it be wars, whether it be conflicts, All of this just in 1 year globally cost all of us almost $20 trillion. That's 11% of our global GDP. With the military expenditure alone, just how much we spend globally in military in 1 year, almost $3 trillion. Almost $3 trillion just to fight each other, just to cause fear with each other, just to be afraid of each other. So let's look at the countries. We about to have some fun. We're about to have some fun, fellas. This, once again, we're going to look for where America ranks when it comes to safety and peace. Y'all, because we as Americans always criticize other countries when it comes to safety and peace. And we swear that we're the most peaceful, and you go to that other country, it's dangerous. This is what y'all need to be showing y'all mamas and y'all aunties, this right here. I'm going to drop the link too. I'm going to drop the link because this is what y'all need to be showing your mamas and your aunties and your cousins now. I'm going to drop the link to this. But we're going to go through the list. We're going to look at the safest and the most peaceful countries in the world as of 2025. Iceland. We're going to be looking for America. Let's get started. Iceland, Ireland, New Zealand, Austria, of course, Switzerland, Singapore, Portugal is always on the list. Always on the list. Denmark, Slovenia, and Finland are the top 10. Then we scroll down, we got Japan, Malaysia, that's a great place to go, beautiful. Canada, of course, Canada's always up there, they don't bother nobody, number 14. Now, once again, we're looking for America. Since America like to always talk about how bad it is in other countries, I get so tired of Americans always talking about how unsafe somebody else's country is. Let's see where America ranks when it comes to safety and peace. All right, let's scroll down. We got Austria. This is not Australia. It's right here. Croatia. Germany is number 20. So if you want some safety and peace, let's scroll down. We got Spain. I'm not going to read them all. We're looking for America. We got Qatar. Ranks number 27. So far, we haven't seen any country from South America. UK. America can say all they want about UK, but when it comes to safety and peace, even though UK has been known to be a little dangerous with its crime, it still ranks number 30. Kuwait. Come on, we haven't seen the United States yet. Let's scroll back up. Oh, I made a mistake. I hit something. There we go. That was my fault, gentlemen. Let me scroll back up. Kuwait is higher than the United States. Spain is 25. Qatar is 27. UK, all of UK, which would be Switzerland, Ireland, Wales, Scotland. They rank number 30 when it comes to safety. Kuwait, that Kuwait is ranked safer than the United States. Norway, Italy. Let's scroll down. Poland, Mongolia, number 37. We still haven't seen one from South America yet. Vietnam ranks number 38 as one of the safest, most peaceful countries in the world to raise your family. South Korea. Greece. Let's just scroll. I'm just scrolling. Oh, here we go. Finally. Argentina. Uruguay. Laos is number 47. So we got almost back-to-back South America. I'm still waiting. Wait a minute. We at 50 countries already, right? We still haven't seen the United States as one of the safest, most peaceful countries for a person to raise their family. Where are you, United States? Oh, we already knew Colombia was going to be low on the list, so we ain't tripping on Colombia, right? America can't be near Colombia, can it? America got to be safer than Colombia, right? Let's see. This is the list that came out in 2025. Y'all see it right here, 2025. We got the UAE at number 52. We got Costa Rica at 54. Armenia. We got Africa on here now. A couple of African places. Gambia is on here. So we got we got Madagascar down here. We got Ghana down here. Ghana is safer than the United States, more peaceful than the United States. Chile, if you will, Chile is more safer than the United States. Where are you, United States? Sierra Leone is safer. Number 57 is safer and more peaceful to raise a family than the United. Sierra Leone, that one, we talking about blood diamonds. We talking about blood diamonds, Sierra Leone. Diamonds are forever. Zambia. Where are you, United States? Zambia, number 64. This is the Peace and Safety Index list that they come out with every year. This is the one for 2025 because 2020, and you can go through all the years. I'm gonna drop the link. You can go through all the years and show your family members all the way back to 2020, 19, so all these years, all the way down, all the years. We were at 67. Cyprus at 68. Senegal is safer than the United States. Come on, United States, what are you doing? Jordan is safer than the United States. France, no, now I'm surprised that France being so low. 74. Paraguay, 75. There you go again, South America. Where? Nepal? Angola. Shout out to Africa. DR is number 79. We are trying to find where the hell is the United States when it comes to the safest and most peaceful countries to raise your family. DR is safer than the United States. DR. Shout out to DR at number 79. Tied with Turkestan. Tied with Turkestan. Shout out to Turkestan. Let's scroll down. Bolivia. All right, we back in South America. Bolivia at number 83. Panama at 84. Morocco at 85. Where is the United States? Thailand ranks number 86. As the safest place where you can raise your kids. And this list, by the way, is like 165 countries. We're already halfway done. This full list like 163, 165 countries. We have passed the halfway mark. I still haven't seen the United States. Let's continue on. Cambodia, number 86. Tied with Turkmenistan. You got the island of Tobago in Trinidad, number 89. Let's scroll down a little further. Jamaica is, you talking about, wait a minute. You telling me Jamaica is safer to raise a family and you'll find more peace in Jamaica? There's a reason why I'm showing this list. Rwanda. My bad, I didn't mean to click on you, Rwanda. But right here, if you click on it, it gives you an explanation of why that country is on the list, why it ranks the way that it does. Rwanda is 91 out of 163 countries for safety. Let's go back to the list. My bad. Let me scroll down to 91. That was my fault for clicking on there. So we're at 91, 92, Rwanda. Algeria, 92. Jamaica was 93. Peru made it to 96. Where is America? We almost about to crack 100 countries that are safer according to the safety index, according to the same index that comes out every year, that are safer and more peaceful than the United States. We've hit 96 countries. Let's continue on, gentlemen. Sri Lanka, 97. China is 98 when it comes to being safer than the United States and more peaceful. Wait a minute. Wait. And are we looking at Cuba? We already cracked 100. Cuba at 103. 102. Cuba is more safer and more peaceful than the United States. And I'm gonna tell you something. Other than this political issues, yes, it is. We felt so safe in Cuba. Though that's one thing you ain't got to worry about. Cuban people, as broke as they are, they ain't snatching nothing from nobody. As hungry as they are some of the most nicest, hospitable people you ever want to meet. For the few of us that's been to Cuba, I'm telling you now, you do not have to, you think as an American, because they put this all in your head about that country. So when you do get a chance to visit, you kind of like on edge. You ain't got to be like that. Cuban people will look out for you, bro. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. They are some lookout artists. Lookout artists. We were there during hurricanes and during the nice days. Take it from me. Those are some of the nicest people that you ever want to meet. So when I sit back and I say, yeah, I can see Cuba being like that. I can see them being peaceful. Yeah. Like I said, I'm coming back doing the shout outs. But I just want to let you guys see this, just give you an example of what we're going to be talking about tonight, why Americans are leaving America. One of the reasons is because of safety and peace for their families. America is not known for our safety and is not known for our peace. And right now, look at us. We are at 100. Let me see if I can blow this up even more. We are at 105 countries. Philippines made it. I don't know why I keep clicking on that. Philippines made it to be 105 of 163 countries when it comes to safety. Philippines made it. Let me scroll back down to that 105 because we're looking for America. We are past 100. Now we're looking at 105 right now. Let me blow this up a little further. See if I can blow it up, make it bigger. There we go. Even bigger. Let's scroll down even more. Uganda is more safer than the United States. I have not seen the United States yet. Have you guys seen the United States? I have not seen the United States yet. When it comes to peace and safety to raise your family. When it comes to peace and safety to raise your family. We like to brag about our country so much. We ain't even known for peace, and we ain't known for safety. Zimbabwe, number 114. 115, India. Papua New Guinea, a small island, 116. Where is America? We're looking at Belarus at 119. We still haven't seen the United States. Maybe once we scroll up. Mozambique in Africa is safer than the United States. Mozambique is more peaceful and safer than the United States. That Mozambique? Bangladesh. Why do I keep making a mistake of hitting that list? Let me scroll back up and go back to the list. Let me get back here. What did I do? What did I hit? Let me close that out. Okay, let me close that out. I'm gonna have to shrink this one. That was my fault, gentlemen. That was my fault. Let me shrink this back down and close this out right here. And now scroll back down. That was my fault. We are at 120. We were at 121 countries that we already looked at. America is not on the list for safest and most peaceful countries in the world. So let's continue on. Okay, here we go. We're at 124. Oh, there we go. Out of 163 countries, the United States just edges out Honduras, South Africa, Togo, Kenya, United States. Don't tell me or ask me why Americans are leaving America and are never coming back. I know why. One of the reasons why, because it is not known and nowhere near known as a safe country. We got too many guns. It's one thing to have guns, but everybody got artillery in the United States. It is not safe to have artillery in everybody's hand. And that's what makes our country have a lack of peace and a lack of safety, to where we're barely edging out Ecuador. We barely edged out Brazil. We barely edged out Liberia. Let's look for Colombia. We barely edged out Mexico. Cameroon. We barely edged out Ethiopia, Venezuela, Mexico, and Haiti. Haiti's at number 141. America is at 120, at 128. We barely edged out. So when we talk about we're more safer than Haiti, are we? We're more safer than Colombia, are we? Are we that much more safer than Ecuador, Brazil? Are we? Let's continue down the list. Cameroon, Ethiopia, Venezuela, and Colombia. As much as we talk about how bad things economically are in Venezuela, America is really no safer than Venezuela, no safer than Colombia, no safer, barely safer than Iran, Niger, Pakistan, and so forth. Iraq, Nigeria, North Korea. Let's scroll down to the bottom of the list. Let's see. South Sudan. Countries that you kind of knew that was down here because of conflict. Sudan, Congo, Ukraine, and the last but not least, most unsafest and lack of peace country is Russia, according to the Global Index. This is not an American survey. They've been doing this survey for years. This is a global index, and America ranks number 28, 128. Let's click on it. Because of death of global conflicts, and several reasons that you guys can look this up. How much we spend on wars and so forth. Our conflict with China and Taiwan. We're always in somebody else's business. So we got issues that we're dealing with ourselves. And you can read all this about what's going on and why America ranks the way that it does. Shame. Just a shame. Let's take a look at it. United States, 128 of 163 countries. Crime, perceptions of criminality, almost 3 out of 5. Police rating, that's an issue. Homicide, that's an issue. Incarceration rate, that's the issue that makes us unsafe. Small arms, artillery, that's what makes us unsafe. Internal conflicts, whether it be gangs, whether it be politicians, or what have you, that's what makes us violence. That's what makes us violent crimes, political instability, political terror scale. That is high. 3 is high. Imported weapons, terrorism impact, death from internal conflicts. That's not too high. We don't have too many internal conflicts other than, like I say, a few. The military expenditures, how much we spend on our military. Armed service personnel rate, and so forth. Another thing, nuclear weaponry makes us extremely unsafe. Weapons that are being exported to other countries makes us extremely unsafe. You would think it was the immigrants and the refugees, wouldn't you? You would think the way that they sell it to us is the immigrants and the refugees that make America unsafe. Actually, we only get a rating of 1 when it comes to refugees and the immigrants. We get a rating of 1. It is not the refugees and the immigrants that make America one of the most unsafest, unpeaceful countries in the world. But you let us Americans say it without doing any homework. You would think it was the immigrants. Let the average American right now, you ask them what makes America unsafe. It's the immigrants. It's the refugees. But the truth is, they don't even rank that high. Neighboring countries' relations. In other words, our relationship with Mexico and Canada is trash. And that's why it ranks 3. Death from external conflicts, we don't get too many of those. External conflicts fault, there we go. We rank high. We're always in somebody's fight. We're always starting a fight. That's why we rank so high when it comes to conflicts fault. We're always fighting, but we rank low when it comes to our own internal conflicts. So as long as we fighting somebody on the outside, we're always in somebody's business. But when it's time to take care of business on the inside, we rank low. Domestic and international conflicts. See, we're still ranked kind of low. Safety and security, we're like right in the middle. Right in the middle. And being a militarized country that we are, we rank a little higher than the average country. We rank a little higher than just the middle. That's why America ranks number 128 out of 163 countries. Like I said, I'm gonna share the link with you guys. And once again, shout out to all you guys supporting by way of PayPal, Cash App, and Super Chats. Let me get back to the shout outs. Jay says, I'm upset. He said, I've read that one already. Let's go down here. Let's see what T-Mac has to say. He said, I just had that attack on the, he said, I just had that attack at the mosque in San Diego. Was this just recently? Wow. He said, I'm very familiar with that place. He said, no one in the U.S. can't lecture anywhere about safety. Wow. I didn't even know about that. Did that happen today, this week, this past weekend? Let me know, guys. Shout out to my man, supporting man. with the $3 love. Appreciate that, brother. Shout out to you, T-Mac. Let me go back to the showing you guys some shout outs, showing you guys some love. We got 65 in the building. It's almost time for me to shut up. It's almost time for me to be quiet and get started on our topic for today. Zeta. Shout out to E Breezy in the building. Yes, sir. My dude. Salute to you, E. Salute to you. And Bobby's greetings to you, kind sir. Glad to see that you're here as well. Let me scroll down, make sure I got everybody. Black Nubian, once again. He said, I stopped trying to explain to people why I will never. He said, why I will be leaving. I kid you not, the only way you can explain to people is when they're watching your life in another country. That's the only way that we as Americans get it. I'm gonna tell y'all some of the truth. That's the only way I got it. When I was traveling, I was visiting other countries on vacation. That's different from you guys that are living in other countries. When I first started traveling, I was not looking at content creators that were living in other countries. I wanted to know where the party was and this, that. So I want to know what's popping in other countries. So I'm not being serious about the countries, not really, because I'm just visiting, right? But once I got serious, I started looking for content creators that were living in that country, and I want to look at how their lives were. And that's what encouraged me. The Passport Heavies, the Ace Lives, the I Am Marwaz, the Tailor Made Dreams, the brother in the Philippines, More to Life. Those brothers encouraged me, man. I kid you not. Because there wasn't that many content creators that were living in the other countries full time. Once again, shout out to LJ, the Southern Vegan, and Mr. Milner himself. Glad to see that you're here, sir. Shout out to Armand being here. And Ellis, appreciate you. He said, I have 0 survivor's remorse. I know a lot of brothers are like you. It's more brothers like you than like me. I have a little bit of, I'm be honest. My survivor's remorse is like that big, but I got a little bit. But most dudes that I know have no survivor's remorse. Because we all feel that you could have left the United States at any point in time, just like we can. Do not use your family as an excuse. Okay, here we go. The 4 F's of why Americans don't leave. We always talk about this, right? 4. First of all, family. Got you. Understand you got responsibility with your mom, your dad, your kids, aunties. Got you. You close to your family. Understand. Number 2 reason, friends. Friends fall under your comfort zone. Some of y'all ain't leaving the United States because you're comfortable. Whether it be a girlfriend, your homeboys, your job, whatever it is. Your gym membership. You like your favorite fishing pond. You like to go fishing in that favorite fishing pond. Your sports team, you got season tickets to go see the Pistons. You ain't leaving them season tickets behind, right? Friends, your comfort zone. So we talked about family, we talked about friends, the 4 F's. Number 3, finances. Right now, you get up in the morning, you go to work to a brick and mortar location. You don't work online. Or you got investments. You're trying to build your finances. Whatever it is, finances. But number 4 is the most important one of all. Not family, not friends, your comfort zone, not finances. The number 1 reason why people do not leave the United States is fear. The word fear is broken down in the dictionary as concerns and worries. You have so many worries and concerns that you establish a fear of leaving the United States. Most of our family members, they have worries and concerns, don't they? That's all they have. Most of our family members would have been left. But the only reason that they didn't leave was because of either family, friends, finance, fear. One of those 4. That's it. No other reason. So those who haven't left among us doesn't mean that you may not leave in 5, like I always say, 5 months, 5 years, or in 15 years. That's why I'm here to encourage you guys. If you are leaving within 15 years, still feel encouraged to go visit countries so you can say, okay, I visited enough countries in the last 15 years. Now I know which one I want to live in. Don't wait until your kids get like 2 years before they turn 19 or 20, then start traveling. No, start traveling now to visit countries so you'll be able to decide on which one that truly catches your interest. That's what you want to do. And when it comes to your finances, you might be like, hey, Dre, I ain't got money like that right now. Cool. You're in no rush. You're doing it just right. Don't rush it. But just because you don't have money right now to do it, don't throw that dream away. There's a time and a season for everything under the sun. My brother says this. Shout out to my brother YLS. He says this. He said, YLE. He says this. He said, Dre, try by Mr. Sam. Okay, cool. Cool. Writing it down right now. Cool. Good looking out. Let me scroll down a little further. Shout out to Will in the building. He said, nah, Will is the ultimate OG with the I know, right? We'll be doing it big. Let's see. Let's scroll down a little further. Shout out to my brother AMSM in the building once again. Thank you again for the $3 love. T-Mac says this. Shout out to T-Mac. He said, I had a brother yesterday ask me for recommendations on global relocation. I referred him to your books. Good looking out. Yeah, good looking out. I got 3 more that's coming out. One that I owe you guys, but I got 2 more after that that's coming out in the next couple of months. So I'm excited about that. That means I'll have 6 books that I've written over the last 2 years. And I'm really excited. And then I also found out, hey, T-Mac, I found out about this. You know when you have your books, right? On the back of every book, there is let me show you guys. On the back of every book that you acquire around the world, there is the ISBN number. Well, we have to buy those. ISBN numbers can be expensive. Like, I was able to acquire 100 of them for $565. That's how much they cost in the United States, right? If you get your book with Amazon, you get an ISBN number, but Amazon doesn't allow you to sell it any other way, any other place but Amazon. Now, the ebook you can, and the audio book you can, but if I want to sell my actual book on any other platform other than Amazon, as long as it has an Amazon ISBN number, I can't do that, right? So I purchased my own ISBN numbers. So I'll be able to sell them on every platform any way I want to. So I'm very excited about that. So I'm just saying that for some of you future authors that are out there. Amazon does it for free. They give you a number for free, but you can only sell the books on their platform, which is cool because over 60% of all books that are purchased online from Amazon. But yeah, shout out to you, T-Mac. Appreciate that, brother. Let me scroll down a little further. Make sure I get everybody. Jamon is in the building. Shout out to you being here, as well as my brother Coastal representing. Yes, sir. He say, my Lord. He said, you mean Black American men can actually find peace outside? Why, yes, my friend, as you well know. That was a good one. Oh, you guys now always make my day. Let me scroll down a little further. And my brother Alan says this. He said, I was thinking about the Philippines. Shout out to the Philippines. Yes, sir. Philippines is nice. Philippines is nice. We're going to be doing a walkthrough with everything with our brother Ronan. Hopefully this week. I got to get with Ronan as well as Faudy in regards to that region of the world. And my brother Chris Jeezy's in the building says this. He said, we're barely safe than Ecuador. And Ecuador is crazy right now. Ecuador is going through conflict. And America barely edged out Ecuador. Like, what? Yeah, man. Let me scroll down. Scroll down a little further. Look like I got it. Bobby Coltrane of the Coltrane family. Salute to you, Bobby. Glad to see that you're here, man. Shout out to Bobby being here. Oh, it happened yesterday? Wow. And I ain't gonna even lie, man. I've been watching how y'all have been kind of treating the Islamic and the Muslim community in the States. You know what? I might feel a little bit like my brother. I might take that buyer's remorse back. I might not have any buyer's remorse. A woman could be walking down the street in the United States with her hair garment on, ain't bothered nobody. She could be attacked by 3 Asian dudes, 3 white dudes, and in 2026, that Muslim sister could easily be attacked by 3 brothers. Easily. We ain't never been known to be attacking people because of politics. I'm gonna say this again. Black folks ain't never been known for attacking people because of their religious affiliation or their political affiliation. That ain't never been our thing. Lately, y'all be out there with the white boys. Y'all be out there with pitchforks and axes with the white boys. So I don't feel sorry for you brothers and sisters back home. Hell no. And I'm not Islamic, but I got enough sense to respect somebody else's beliefs and not attack a single woman just walking down the street minding her business. I have seen enough of those clips. So to see y'all attack a mosque, yeah, I'm like my brother. I take my buyer's remorse back. I officially announced that my survivor's guilt is gone. I don't feel bad for Americans now. It's gone. It's officially gone. Thank you for letting me know about that mosque. It's officially gone. Because that's one of the things that makes America dangerous. You can't be free anymore. You blow up the mosque and mess with them people. You still putting nooses around black people's necks. I still ain't forgot about a couple years ago. Y'all ran up in the Amish school full of kindergartens and shot up the kindergartners. Y'all thought I forgot about that, Americans. Y'all ran up in a Amish school and deleted the shorties in kindergarten. Let's continue on. Yeah, my survivor's guilt and remorse, that's gone. Shout out to my brother Sean in the building. Make sure you guys drop the link to your channel, Sean. The Upshaw. Make sure you guys subscribe and support the channel. TCGU. This Could Get Ugly podcast. Great up and coming channel. So make sure you drop the link so we can support you, Sean. D. Kirk says this. He said, I'm one of them, Dre. He said, I have no remorse. I'm with you guys now. I kid you not. He said, 127 is safer than the United States. Yes, my friend. See, if I would have just said it, y'all wouldn't have believed me. So I pulled the list out, the index out. I was like, whoa. Well, the Pistons are out. You know what? I'm still proud of them. I'm proud of them. I would have been surprised if they, as a young team, would have made it this far. I mean, made it to the next level. I would have been surprised. I think the championship will be in the West. I think it'll be San Antonio. That's what I'm going for. I'm going for San Antonio. I've always been a Pistons / in the West. My favorite team has always been San Antonio. All the way back to my David Robinson coming out of college days. So I've always been a San Antonio fan if the Pistons didn't make it. So I've always, in one way or another, got a chance to enjoy championships. So that's me, San Antonio. Yes, sir. Kenny People says this. He said, I meant to say, he said, I'm invested in the property in in Panama. Okay, cool. He said, for a retirement visa for a veteran like myself. Okay. Shout out to you for that one. I kind of figured you would have some season tickets, T-Mac. I would figure you would have season tickets. He said, I'm still moved to Colombia. He said, I scheduled my visit so I can attend the major events for sale and sell my seats. You do know that for all you guys in Brazil, the NFL is supposed to be playing again in Brazil this year. I know the Ravens, I forget who else is playing. The Ravens and somebody else are playing this year for the NFL game in Brazil this year. They had one last year. Shout out to Crypto Dragon Emperor. He said, excellent evening to all. It's 7. I mean, I ain't got enough time to give a shout out to all you guys. I just realized that. It's 73 in the building. My bad, gentlemen. My bad. And shout out to DJ being in the building. I'm just reading off everything. He said, I think that us military dudes have the least fear. I can agree with that. I have my luggage prepped and said it said it'll go down. He said any day now. He said he ready. Yes, sir. And shout out to the official one in the building, Kobe. He said just tuning in. Good evening, fellas. Yes, sir. And down in K down to JP, who's the one that turned me on to this episode. And shout out to D-Mate 1. Well, I ain't seen you in a while, D-Mate. Shout out to you, brother. Glad to see that you're here. Glad to see that you're here, man. D-Mate says this. Shout out to Andre. Shout out to you, Dre. Shout out to you, D-Mate. Appreciate you being here, brother. Let me make sure I got everyone. Looks like I did. I knew you would get them shout. Oh, that's what it is. I knew you would get them shout out to them Knicks. Cowboys and Ravens are playing in Brazil this year. I knew it was Ravens, but I didn't know who else it was. Okay, cool. Let's get started with the video.
90 years ago, Americans were so desperate, so beaten down by the collapse of the economy, by unemployment, by the feeling that American dream had just evaporated, that over 100,000 of them applied to move to the Soviet Union. Not to visit, to live there. They packed up their families and crossed an ocean and went to work in Stalin's factories because they believed life would be better somewhere else.
That's wild. I did not know that over 100,000 Americans left the United States during the Great Depression to live in Russia.
Wow, I thought I never see the day when someone actually decides to move to Russia. Do I understand correctly that you decide to move from a budding police state to a very established police state? Do not worry, my American pie, you will be accepted. But first you will be studied. Not in a hostile way, but more in a wait, you came here voluntarily? Why? Because right now Russia is complicated. Politically, economically, internationally, very much. So when people hear that you moved there from America, there will be a pause and then a question. Why? It is just a genuinely confused curiosity. Many Russians assume that the West is easier, richer, freer. Whether this perception is accurate or not, it's another conversation. But it exists. So someone choosing to move into Russia now, that requires aura, my friend. I actually recommend watching Laura Pickens. She's an American living in Russia, and she describes her experience in a genuinely very interesting way. But if you go to Russia and you say you're American, don't be surprised if you get raised eyebrows, and then long kitchen conversations, philosophical debates, and at least one taxi driver will give you a geopolitical analysis for free. You know, curiosity turns into warmth pretty fast, but you also need to understand what you're walking into. Russia has always been bureaucratically very heavy, and even more so right now. It is very politically tense, and it is under sanctions. So,
and remember this, of the 163 countries we looked at, Russia was ranked as the most unsafe and unpeaceful country in the world.
Banking is tricky, international travel is complicated, propaganda and limited information is everywhere. This is not a neutral time. So research visas, research your contract, get exit plans, learn about healthcare, money transfer and the legal realities. Socially though, Russians love a story, and an American who moved here during war is definitely a story. You will be asked questions. And if someone eventually says, "No, ладно, he's strange, but he's ours now," congratulations, you made it. I really don't know why would you do it though.
I'm very interested in the values visa that President Putin has decreed. America is in a state of absolute decline. The LGBTQ situation is absolute madness, where you can say that young boy can cut off his private parts and become a girl. They're actually allowing this in hospitals to be done. Then you have the high levels of crimes in our cities. The risk of being, murdered, robbed, beaten, it's extremely high. Also, the taxation, in Russia is much more reasonable. So my hope is to start over here in Russia. Also possibly bring a business here. If I'm granted a 3-year temporary residency, then that should be enough time for me to learn Russian language, Russian laws, and basic Russian history. And that's what I'm looking forward to.
That was in 1935. That was the height of the Great Depression. Now, not all 100,000 went, but 100,000 applied. Now, I want you to hold on to that image for a second, because something just happened in 2025 that hasn't happened since back then. Something that the Wall Street Journal, one of the most respected financial publications in the world, just reported on in a piece that I could not stop reading. More people left the United States last year than moved into it.
So this is me at the Secretary of State office in the United States. I am getting my documents authenticated so that I never have to return here ever again. This is it.
I realize this may sound just a little unhinged, but I'm ready to pack a bag, sell everything in my house, snatch my child up, and leave this country for good. And I realize what that means. I realize it means I may never come back. I realize it means I may never see the rest of my family again. But the overwhelming sensation I have in my spirit to pack a bag, leave, and never look back is increasing to a degree that it's making me feel some kind of manic.
One of the mistakes that I see a lot of Americans make when it comes to relocating, Americans, and we've been programmed to be like this, we have an either or mentality. Either we stay in the States for the rest of our lives, or we leave America for the rest of our lives. Most of us Americans don't realize you don't have to have an either or. You don't even have to start off full time. You can start off saying, I'm moving to another country for at least 1 month out of every year, 2 months out of every year, 2 weeks out of every year, I would have lived in another country, just 2 weeks flat. I'll live in DR for 2 weeks or a month or whatever it may be, right? It's not either I'm going to live full time out in the United States and I'm never going back, or I'm going to live in the United States and I'm never going to go visit another country, right? You don't have to do that. And I think a lot of us Americans make that mistake when it comes to understanding that's not how it's done. You can still come back and visit your family. Like she was saying, I may never see my family again. Why? What makes you think you will never see your family again? The only reason you will not see your family again is because you decide not to come back to visit. So don't get caught up in what we've been programmed to think, gentlemen, that it's either or. It's not either or. You can live in America and another country. You can live in a country and still go back to visit America. Let's go back. Zeta says, I'm not going to want to, he said, I'm not going to say I won't be back, as in I'll visit, but living here, nah, plenty of countries out there. And I'm like that. Let's say things, and I've said this for years, let's say things go left in Colombia. I mean, things just go left. I ain't coming back to the States. You can forget about that one. That one, you will never have to worry about being on my to-do list. Laundry, breakfast, move back to the United States. No, that's not on my to-do list. That one you can forget about. That one, then you can put that far out. Dre, would you ever know the most that I would stay in the States? And I mean this, if there was a contract job that I need and they were paying well, I could give you 4 to 6 months. And I'm stretching it with the 6 months. I really can only give you 4 months. That's it. That's the longest I'll give you back in the States. I am a U.S. citizen that's a foreigner in my own country. I don't know nothing about the United States. I know I love the United States, but most of my United States, in true story, is all nostalgia. My United States doesn't exist. The music that I grew up with, it's past this era. They interviewed some college kids a couple weeks ago, right? I saw it on TikTok. They say, who is this lady? Do you know they interview blacks, whites, Asian, college kids, seniors? They could not recognize Whitney Houston. Them black kids couldn't tell you who Whitney Houston was. The white kids couldn't tell you who she was. Asian kids and Latin kids could not tell you who Whitney Houston was. My America has already passed on. When I go back to America, I'm literally a foreigner. I don't know the music. I don't know the food. I don't know the banking system. There's a lot that I don't know about the United States. I'm not going to sit up here and pretend like if I go back to the United States, everything is the same. There are no new buildings. There's no, all the locations in Tampa still look the same way as they did when I left. No. It's a whole new Tampa. So I know if I went back to the United States, I'm going back as a foreigner. I don't know nothing about the States. Let's be real. So I can give it 4 to 6 months as a foreigner. After that, I know I'll be itchy day one. What'll keep me going, I kid you not, what'll keep me in the States for 4 to 6 months is because I know so many people be asking me about life outside the United States. I remember the campus hired a guy that was a like tech type guy, right? And he lived in Japan for like 6 years. And I was amazed at the fact, like, man, he lived in Japan, wow. Now, mind you, I'm 37 years old. I shouldn't be acting like that. But I had been traveling and being in the travel space and hearing that somebody actually lived on the other side of the world. I was amazed by it, right? At 47. And I was asking him all type of questions about his life overseas and so forth and so. I know people would do that with me, right? So that would be kind of fun and entertaining, things like that. And then do the channel from the United States for a couple of months and showcase how I would adapt to America if I was back in America, type of thing. But after 6 months, I would quit that job. I wouldn't care how much they was gonna give me a raise. Well, Andre, if you stay, you can keep it. I was stretched 6 months in the United States. After that, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. No. Let's go back to the video.
Like, I need to do it. It needs to happen. I need to hurry up. I feel like I'm running out of time to do it. And it's been sitting in my spirit for so long now that I don't know how, I don't know when, I don't even have the funds. I am a single mom on a stupid, strict budget, and I need to go. I need to go. Does anybody else feel like that? Is it just me? It can't just be me. Anyways, but if you got any information that could help me out, drop it in the comments, send it to my DMs, something. I need to get out of here. I need to get out of this place. I need to get out of this place, and I don't know how I'm gonna make it happen. And I know it may sound extremely irresponsible, but it's time to go.
And this time, they're not going to some sort of communist dictatorship. They're going to Lisbon, to Berlin, to Barcelona, to Thailand, to Mexico, to a little apartment in Algarve with a view of the Atlantic and a healthcare system that doesn't bankrupt you. They're going because they did the math, they did the research, and they decided that the life they wanted, the life they deserved, was more available somewhere else. Now, MJ said something to me when we finished reading this piece. She said, that's not giving up on America. That's just finally believing that you have a choice. The U.S. saw around 675,000 formal deportations in 2025, and another 2.2 million people that the Department of Homeland Security is calling self-deportation. But here is the part of the story that get buried under all of that. Underneath the immigration crackdown headlines, American citizens are leaving on purpose in record numbers. The Brookings Institution, a nonpartisan public policy think tank, estimates the net population loss of around 150,000 people in 2025. And they're saying that number will likely grow in 2026. And that's not a blip. This is not some pandemic era experiment. This is a trend that has been quietly building for years. And last year, it crossed that threshold that nobody has seen in almost a century. Now, here's the part of the story I want to spend some real time on, because it goes against the image that most people have when they think about Americans living abroad. Now, for a long time, the people leaving were what one relocation company founder called the super adventurous and well-credentialed. These are the young, educated, maybe a little restless, the laptop and Bali crowd, right?
3 months ago, I quit my 9-to-5 job, sold all my stuff, and left the United States for good. And this morning, I watched a group of like 40 baby sea turtles hatch. And then I went surfing here. And here I could see a bay in Sri Lanka. And this is just your reminder that your life can look like this. You can start over 1,000,000 times, do what scares you. On the other side of fear is freedom.
Actually costs a lot less than you might think to leave the US. It cost me around $1,000 to leave the States, which is significantly less money than I ever anticipated. I left America 6 months ago and my life is infinitely better.
I tried to tell y'all the exact same thing in this viral video. I estimated that it only cost about $5,000 to be able to leave the US for good. But then I had naysayers in my comments saying, what about visas? What about your pets? What about your clothes? The people that get it, and leave America for good. I sold my house in Houston, Texas back in January and decided to live in Bali indefinitely. And regardless if you have a house to sell, you don't need a lot of money to be able to leave. I currently pay $500 for a 1-bedroom apartment in Bali, which includes utilities paid and daily maid service. But the affordability doesn't stop there. Meals in Bali range from $1 to $5.
Before she goes any further, another big misconception that Americans have is when we say that we're relocating to another country and we can get a 1-bedroom, which we already probably had in the States, a 1 or 2 bedroom, maybe 3, in another country for $500. Americans assume that we are going to impoverished locations. That, oh, she must live in the hood. She got a 1-bedroom apartment. How come she ain't just go ahead and buy a house? We're consumers. We're globally known for being consumers. And so we're known for just going over the top immediately. We don't understand, we as Americans, because we don't travel to other countries as much, we don't understand that there is a time to say, let me get to know the community or the city, and then I'll see what if I want to buy a house here, or if I don't want to buy a house or a condo here. But we assume that that person is, well, she must be broke if she's only getting a spot for $500 a month. No, you can live. I don't think you people realize you can live in some really nice areas on $3,000 a month. That includes everything. $2,500, you doing it. 65% of the world, if you make $25,000 to $3,000 a month, just on your expenses, not talking about your luxuries and partying and all that stuff, just on your expenses, just $3,000 a month, you are in the top 10% of 65% of the planet. To whereas in our country, to be in the top 10%, you got to walk away with at least 250 to 500,000. You got to bring in 250,000 if you're going to walk in the top 10 to 15% in the United States. And a lot of Americans don't understand that. You actually think that you have to be as extravagant in the United States. That's the funny part that gets me. Americans think like, yes, $500 I can afford with the money that I make. I make $250,000. If I was living there, I'd rent a castle. No, you wouldn't. I'd be living in a space shuttle. No, you wouldn't. I'd have me a 5-bedroom mini mansion off the beach. No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. Because economically, it doesn't take all that. There are people in certain countries that are spending $1,000 and they have a nice villa right off the beach for $1,000. That if you were in California, you know that's an arm and a leg. If you're in Florida, you know that's an arm and a leg. If you're in the coast of Alabama or Louisiana, you know that's an arm and a leg. Americans assume that if it looks extravagant, it has to cost extravagance. You can get extravagance and don't have to spend anywhere near what you would spend in the United States. So don't think, well, this woman says, I live in Bali, I've got a 1-bedroom, everything included, including a maid service for $500. Don't think she's living in some hut somewhere. I'm letting you know that now. We pay $625 a month. We are nowhere near a hut. For a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, high rise, in the upper middle class location, security everywhere. We're in zone 5, zone 6. $625 a month. Yes, if this apartment was in the States, it would be $4,000 to $5,000 a month, depending on the city. In Florida, it'd be easy $4,000 a month. In Tampa or Orlando, easily $4,000 a month. But we only pay $625. But Americans think that if you pay that low, it must be shabby or poor. That's not true. He said Bali is nice and peaceful. He said new generation of in Colombia has fallen in love with Michael Jackson after the movie. They have claimed Jafar, I know, right? Since his mom is Colombian. They really do, man. They love it. I saw a video in Venezuela, just to let you see how they still got things to work on in Venezuela and how the electricity across the country will just go out anytime. I saw the video on TikTok yesterday, T-Mac. They all sit up there watching the Michael Jackson movie, having a good time. Electricity goes out in Venezuela. They had to wait for the electricity to come back on, which could take an hour or two. Then the movie was back on. And people waited, but goodness gracious, you're in the middle of watching a Michael Jackson movie and the electricity goes out in the city. My brother Tim Howard says this. Shout out to Tim. Tim says this. He said, a great and affordable places are out in the East. He said they even got in Central and South. They even got it in Central and South America. He said, but in the East, talking about like in Bali, Malaysia, Vietnam, South Korea, Philippines, Thailand, the East, China. You get a bang for your buck in China. He say in the East is super cheap. Most people I talk to around the world, their rent is between $300 to $500 a month. That's global, just regular rent. Us paying $625 a month is splurging. Some of you guys that are paying $1,000 or even $2,000 a month in certain cities, you can say that you live in a really nice area in a really nice home. For $2,000 a month, you spending some money. So do realize that, guys. Do realize that. He said electricity or no electricity. He said, I'm going to Venezuela. I don't blame you, brother. I don't blame you. He said, I've never been to Bali, but it is on my bucket list. Yes, sir. And DJ says this. Shout out to DJ Davis. He says, U.S. is taking hella L's. You see the car companies are trying to get, what's going on? Trying to get legislation to pass laws that prevent, they're trying to stop BYD, man, from selling here. They know once BYD comes, Tesla is done and a lot of cars are done. I'm so glad that I'm in Colombia and you can buy you a nice BYD for next to nothing compared to a Tesla. Now, Tesla is just getting down here, but wow. He said they don't want anybody to save anything here. Yeah, BYD, man, you talking about getting an electric SUV, a hybrid for a bang for your buck? Yes, sir. Slim says this. He said, I had an efficiency when I was in the Peace Corps in Ethiopia. He said, my total rent and utilities was $200 a month. Yep. Zeta says that Vietnam had some wonderful places for $500 to $800 a month with more than two or more rooms. Yeah, man. So there's a lot of families a lot of people don't realize, man, there's so many bangs for your buck. If Zeta says, oh yeah, China will dominate the car market, he say, I'm looking to invest myself. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's go back to the video.
Overall expenses per month are less than $1,000.
That's not who's leaving anymore. It's not just who's leaving. Let's put it that way. The Wall Street Journal profiled Kelly McCoy, a 45-year-old from Buffalo, New York. And she was working as an insurance analyst, making about 80 grand a year. And she was struggling, really struggling. Healthcare costs, rent, just the general weight of trying to keep up in a country where the cost of living just keeps climbing.
They trying to say you need $94,000 to live comfortably in America. What? Who the hell they talking about? And then this study says if you are two working adults and you got 2 children, you need to be bringing in at least $209,000. Excuse me? See, the first thing I notice is they're talking about average instead of the median. The median salary for a single adult in America is about $42,000. And the median cost for a standard, like, family, right? 2 kids, right? Is about $78,000. See, this is the game that the media will try to play with you to make you think in your struggle, it's you. No, boo. It's the system. Because basically, the American life is becoming mathematically impossible for most Americans to even live. Right now, the American economy feels like, one of those claw machines. You see the prize, you reach for it, but that claw never actually grabs tight enough to pull it out. So I'm asking, when you hear numbers like this, do they feel realistic to you? Or does it sound like they're describing a life that most Americans will never live?
People are fed up, especially this guy, because everything is so expensive that it's impossible to live a decent life.
Can somebody explain to me in crayon eating terms why I make over 3 times the federal minimum wage and I cannot afford to live?
Because job stands for just over broke, and they intend on keeping it like that.
When my parents were my age, they both made less than half of what I make, and they lived alone. I cannot afford to live anywhere alone. A 1-bedroom apartment, $1,800. 2-bedroom apartment, $2,200. Who the fuck can afford that?
Unless you're making 6 figures a year, you can't afford to live comfortably like that. And with the prices of food, it's not even that comfortable. So mainly, it's people with mommy and daddy's money pretending like they earned it for themselves.
It is embarrassing to come out and say that it is a struggle to survive right now.
Nobody working a full-time job should feel this way. But what do you guys think about this?
For veteran... Before we go into the next part that kind of confirms this, shout out to my man, brother Black Scorpion over on the Cash App with the $5 love. I want to share something with you guys real quick. When we were talking about affordability that you can't afford in the United States, and this is why America does not want BYD to come to the United States. Let's just look at the cost. This is brand new in Colombia BYD vehicles. I had to put in Colombian pesos and euro and USD. A 4-door 2026 sedan straight off the showroom floor. Only $30,000. You are not getting a car, a hybrid electric and gas vehicle in the United States, sedan, for $30,000. And I'm talking about BYD vehicles are nice. Scroll down. We got another sedan. You don't want to pay for the 30? Don't worry about it. They got one for $24,000, brand new 2026 sedan. Looking sporty. For the family 4-door, $32,000. And this is an SUV, a mini SUV for $32,700. You are not going to get an electric hybrid SUV in the United States for $32,000. That is not going to happen. That's why they don't want BYD to come. Let's continue on. Okay, the truck, the pickup truck, only $45,000. $45,000 for the electric vehicle. That's a hybrid between gas and electric. Let's go a little sporty with a sporty sedan. $30,000. This is how much Colombians pay for BYD. $20,000 for 2025. $32,000 for the 2025 SUV. 2024, same SUV, $32,000. So the price hasn't changed too much. Just goes to show you that these vehicles can be purchased and they are affordable. I just want to let you guys see the difference between the struggle and the stress that you guys go through in the States compared to here. AMSM says this. Shout out to you, brother, with the $5 love. He say, now we all know, even if BYD vehicles came to United States, it'll be high as F to purchase. You better believe. And it won't be because of China. It'll be because the United States adds all those tariffs and taxes. Because the United States does not want you guys to have affordable vehicles. That's why. That's the sad part about being in the States. Well, you know, you live in a country where everything is. This is probably the number one thing that kind of throws me off about the United States. I kid you not. This is my number one thing. The fact that you know that the exact same item is 4 to 6 times less in another country. You're like, if I get these pair of glasses in the United States, they may cost $200. This same pair, nothing different, $40 in another country. When Americans, I hear Americans all the time, oh, just say you can't afford to live here. Just say it's stupid to be able to afford to live there. If you can afford to live in the United States and you balling like that, cool. Here's the stupidity in that. Everything that you paying for, from a banana to a pair of glasses to a wallet, you're getting charged 4 to 5 times as much as the rest of the world. That's the stupidity in it. The stupidity is not the fact that I'm balling, I can afford it. Just say that y'all broke. It's not the fact that a person is broke. It's the fact that you know that the rest of the planet is not getting scammed and robbed through tariffs and taxes. That blows me away. You could take an avocado. In the United States will charge you $1.50 to $2.50 for an avocado that you can get in Colombia for 17 cents. And the one in Colombia is healthier. That is my number one all-time pet peeve with my country, the United States. The fact that the exact same television that you got, and you bragging that you got an 85-inch television, plasma, Google TV installed. That same television that you paid $3,000 for, $2,000 for, is going for $500 in another country. $500 in another country. But in the United States, yeah, that's probably the part that pissed me off more than anything else. Nothing else, not the ladies, not the politics, not the food, not the health, the cost of what we pay in the United States. A book, you can order a book and you can sit back and that book would be $15. But if you ordered it, got that same book in another country, that book is $4.99 for the same book. No special pages we get in the United States. We don't get no bonuses because, hear me out, guys, we get no bonuses for overpaying for products from around the world. Do we get no special deals? Not like we get an extra chapter in the book. It doesn't mean that our wallet will last a lot longer. It doesn't mean that I could see further with these glasses because I paid United States prices. So the deal was I got the same glasses, but I could see further because I paid more in the United States. No, it's the exact same pair of glasses. That one frustrates me to no end, bruh. And I'll never get over it. I'll never get over the fact that I know I was getting scammed for 50 years of living in the United States. The smallest thing from a pen to toothpaste to a glass, all of it's overpriced. Well, Dre, a glass is only, let's say this glass it came in a case and the case was $5. The fact that this exact same glass comes in the exact same case and it's only $1.12 in another country. That's what pisses me off. Now, if it was something rare like crystal glasses, you can only get into this one particular country, I got you. Something rare is going to always cost you no matter where you go in the world. I got you. But most of us are buying the same products. Most people on the planet, we all buy glasses. We all buy books. We all get a wallet. We all buy cell phones. We all buy chapstick. You know, most of us are buying the same products around the world. So why is this exact same chapstick can be 13 cents or 50 cents in Colombia, but if I buy that chapstick in the United States, it's $1.67. The exact same chapstick. That's what made me leave. There weren't no women. It was the United States. The hustle, the scam. The excuses for the hustle. The excuses that they give us to keep us getting scammed. Black Friday has become a global phenomenon. After Thanksgiving in the United States, in most countries don't celebrate Thanksgiving, but Black Friday is a global phenomenon. What you pay on Black Friday and you think you're getting a deal of all deals of all deals, you still don't pay lower than the regular price in another country. You buy a TV on Black Friday and you thought you got a deal. I buy that same TV on a regular Friday and it's still cheaper than yours. That's the robbery. You bought Jordans on Black Friday or on the day they were released, right? 20% discount. Those same Jordans in another country are still cheaper than your 20% discount. Because you know, United States, when they say 20% discount, you still gonna have to pay 6% tax back on it anyway. So did you get a 20% discount? No, you only got a 14, 13% discount. Because as soon as you walk to that counter, they're going to charge you. You can get the 20% discount, but then you're going to have a 6% tax on top of it. Colombia and other countries, whatever you see on that price on the tag, when you walk to that counter, that's the price that you're going to pay. Taxes are already included. So when they tell us in Colombia, there's a 10% or 15% discount, it's a 10, 15% discount on that sticker price or whatever that item is. There is no, when we get to the counter, then they add taxes on. That's another reason I wouldn't live in the United States again. I can't stand that when you think you got a deal and you got to always calculate what the tax is going to be. Taxes. Okay, I buy this car for with the taxes. Now Colombia says that car is $40,000. With the taxes, no, that car is $40,000. But what about the taxes? With taxes, sir, it's $40,000. In America, it's $40,000, and then you got to add the taxes on top of that. So was it $40,000? I got tired of that scam. Don't stop playing with my dude. I'm a mature man. Stop playing these mind games with prices. I got tired of that bullshit, man. I kid you not. Man, I wouldn't go cuss tonight either. I got tired of that. So all you dudes that be hollering Republicans, Democrats, Republicans. I don't care nothing about that. None of that made me leave. I got tired of being scammed for the prices of the exact same items. My number one reason for leaving America was I knew I was getting scammed for a quality home. I was getting scammed for quality cars. I was getting scammed for the price of my clothes. I was getting scammed for the price of a cell phone, a wallet, potpourri. Everything is over freaking priced because of taxes and tariffs. And I got tired of it. I got tired of knowing the fact that if I bought a cologne in the United States, and this is this on discount, I bought this cologne for $40 in the United States. This same freaking cologne goes for $15 in another country. $15 for the same scent that I'm paying $40 to $60 in the States for. Oh, I gotta add tax to that. I got tired of that, man. That's my number one reason why I left. Give me the actual price. Stop playing these mind games of, oh, along with the tax it'll be. And if the manufacturer says, listen, this book goes for $10, stop trying to charge me $40 for it. Just because I live in America. Just because I live in Canada, just because I live in UK, just because I could go to Mexico and get the same dang book for $10, but if I cross the border to the United States, the exact same book is $40? The same book that the Mexican dude is reading at this moment, I'm reading at this moment, he paid $10 for it, I paid $40 for it. I got tired of them games, man. I got tired. I said, enough is enough is enough. America is never going to be honest with us when it comes to our cost of living. That is not the cost of living that the rest of the world is living. That is not the cost of medical. Tylenol should not be $100+ or $50+ per pill in a hospital. That same damn Tylenol pill, if you go in the hospital in most countries, is either free or it's either in the cents, 75 cents, 50 cents, maybe $1.10 per pill. You get hurt one time, one bike accident of you or your son. You know, he's riding a bicycle, he falls down and twists his leg or foot in an odd way. One accident in the United States when it comes to health can throw your life in shambles for the next 8 to 10 years. You're paying back those medical bills from the one time your son hurt himself when he was 7. It'll take you in the United States all the way until that boy is like 12, 13 years old to get all that paid off. I got tired of living in a country where if that happens, we're doomed. I got tired of that scam. Knowing that in other countries, if that boy fell off that bike and twisted his legs, take him to the hospital, whether our insurance probably end up at zero, or if they got universal health care, it'll end up at zero, or if I had to pay out of pocket, it's gonna be next to nothing. How long y'all gonna love getting robbed? Riddle me that one. How long are we expected as Americans to love getting robbed? Because that's what they expect of us. That's why they will never allow BYD in the United States unless they go to court to fight for it. Damn shame. He said, don't forget car insurance goes up every year statewide. Our car insurance is full coverage. It is like $50, $60 a month. Like between 40 and 60. That's our full, I'm talking about full coverage, bumper to bumper, everything. If anything happens to our vehicle, like 50, 60 bucks a month. I can imagine what you dudes are paying. And we got the top car insurance company in the country. I can imagine what y'all paying, man. He said, even the drivers with no accidents. He said, I pay $135 for liability on a 2026 Lincoln Zephyr. I mean, 2006, I say 26, 2006 Lincoln Zephyr. Just for liability insurance. Our full coverage, like I say, 50, 60 bucks for everything. And we got a brand new 2020. We got it right off the lot. You know, sometimes I just get quiet. I can tell when I get quiet because my mind is just going like, how the... Yep. So could you imagine having a used vehicle, how much lower your car insurance would be? Just imagine if we got a vehicle that was used instead of right off the lot. Our insurance would be a lot lower. He said, if I tell my mom, he said, I'm so glad that I ignored her when she got mad at me for joining the Marines. I know, right? He said, I would never have been able to retire early. Shout out to you, brother, and the military. And my chronic health issues, absolutely correct. Slim said this, he said, most I've ever paid for insurance in Tampa is $149 in 2016. The least I've paid is in Cincy, shout out to Cincy, $62 a month. He said, Philly is currently at $66 a month. So that's not bad. That's not bad. Oh no, it's nowhere near that amount in Colombia. It's nowhere near that. Let me check it out. Let me ask Miss ChatGPT how much it costs to deliver a child in Colombia. That's a good question. Before we go back to the video. How much is the cost of child delivery in America versus child delivery in Colombia?
In the United States, the average cost of childbirth is over $20,000, with a vaginal birth averaging about $14,700 and a C-section around $26,300. In Colombia, the cost is much lower, about $2,200 for a vaginal delivery and around $4,237 for a C-section. Overall, U.S. childbirth costs are roughly 5 to 10 times higher than in Colombia.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty shocking, right? And that's just for the basic hospital stay. No real luxury add-ons or complications. Definitely a big factor for anyone comparing costs or looking for more affordable options.
So in the United States, I hope you guys heard 5 times difference. For a C-section, $24,000 or $26,000 in the United States. That's wild. But in Colombia, it's so the same C-section, nothing different. Quality doctors, quality hospital, giving birth. Let's say, the same scenario with mothers. In the United States, that same C-section that costs $26,000 in Colombia, $4,200. I'm done. I am done, bruh. I'm done with y'all looking at me like I'm crazy. Now y'all see why I left. I'm no longer stupid enough. It wasn't about affordability. Like I said, when I left, I was making $86,000 and that was in 2016. So it wasn't like I didn't have money. It was the fact that I got tired of being scammed by the cost of living system in which we were under. I said enough is enough. For real, if she black, it's $30,000. Seriously. These hospitals want black women to have C-sections, yep. And to charge them more, absolutely correct. Even though I avoid Keisha, I tell them to go to Africa to get up out of here. Get on up out of here. Yes, sir. Let's continue on with the video. Let me move this out of the way.
Restaurant owner Mark McGuire in Dallas, Texas.
2 cheeseburgers.
Business has never been quite like this.
Since the beginning of March is probably the craziest time I've seen in my entire career in the restaurant industry.
The craziest in your entire career?
Craziest. Outside of maybe the first 2 months of COVID.
He showed us his invoices, which now all include a fuel surcharge. He says vendors are constantly changing prices and regular menu items are sometimes unavailable.
Well, I don't know tomorrow what I'm going to pay for my salmon. I don't know if I'm going to get my wine. It's crazy.
And customers are ordering less.
People come in here, they order an entree. They may or may not order an adult beverage and or a soda, and that's it. They don't. My dessert sales used to be about 7%. Now they're less than 1%.
Consumers across the country are now weighing where to spend their money. There's reason for concern, with inflation rising to a 3-year high. The latest data shows double-digit jumps in the price of gas and airfare compared to last year. Everyday staples like fresh vegetables, roasted coffee, and steaks also saw sharp increases. Back in Dallas, McGuire's thinking about when he will have to raise menu prices.
If you're already seeing people pull back, I would think the last thing you want to do now is try to increase prices even more.
It's pretty scary.
In the summer of 2024, she moved to Albania. Not exactly the first country that people think of, right? Because of the special visa that lets Americans live and work there with no tax on foreign income for a year. Now, she showed up, she hung up her Buffalo Bills flag on the balcony. Her neighbors had no idea what the Bills Mafia meant. Then she broke her arm and she actually got a concussion, and she went to the local hospital and she got treated, and she said she wandered the halls afterward confused because nobody was trying to charge her. She has since helped 15 Americans on Social Security or disability make that same move. She says you can live comfortably in Albania on $1,000 a month.
3 months ago, I quit my 9-to-5 job, sold all my stuff, and left the United States for good. And this morning, I watched a group of like 40 baby sea turtles hatch. And then I went surfing here in Hirakatia Bay in Sri Lanka. And this is just your reminder that your life can look like this. You can start over 1,000,000 times, do what scares you. On the other side of fear is freedom.
You know, 1994, prior to apartheid being abolished, we wouldn't be in this neighborhood. Black neighbors that I have wouldn't be in this neighborhood. We'd be in settlements. So in the last 30 plus years, when you think about the progress that has been made, steady progress for the middle class black people to move up from the slums to where we are today, I think a lot of times when I compare that to the USA for 400 years of that history and how very few of us have progressed to the middle class, I think it's more progressive here than it is in the United States in terms of opportunity and stuff. My name is Ken Williams. I'm from Boston, Massachusetts in the United States. Brother Hayford, welcome to South Africa, man. Come on in. You know, a couple years ago, I brought my wife to South Africa for her birthday. It was a chance for us to visit the continent, get a chance to be here for the first time, see the people, the culture, enjoy the weather. But, you know, truth be told, between you and I, of course, I was on a secret mission to see if I could get us to move here. My wife, Kim, I'm Ken. We're the Williams family here in South Africa.
I showed my American parents medical care outside the U.S., and now we're wondering why they pay $22,000 a year for insurance when health vacations cost less. My parents just retired, so we kicked off a healthcation with 2 weeks in Portugal. We used points to get there, shared an apartment rental in Porto for $770 total, then caught $200 flights to Turkey for full-body longevity checkups. Over 3 days, they met with a cardiologist, dermatologist, internal medicine doctor, ophthalmologist, gastroenterologist, general surgeon, gynecologist, urologist, and did a breast ultrasound, thyroid ultrasound, mammogram, dental examination, bone density scan, ECG, treadmill stress test, a skin cancer screening, colonoscopy, endoscopy, colon and stomach biopsy, 4 cancer marker tests, 47 labs, a hereditary cancer panel genetic test, and a full body MRI. All for $5,500 each. No insurance needed and HSA eligible. That would have been like $100,000 in the United States. Airport transfers and translators were also included in the checkup price. We paid $117 a night to stay at the 5-star Radisson by the hospital and still had time to explore Istanbul. Then Cody and I flew to London while my parents caught $150 flights to Spain, spent 3 nights there for $370, then boarded a 19-day cruise from Barcelona to Miami for just $930 each. Obviously, some of those tests they did are once in a lifetime, and if you don't need all that, you can spend way less, since even the $1,200 checkup I did last year is super comprehensive.
People ask me this all the time. Are you going back to America? Nope. And I want to explain why, because it's not what most people expect. When I was in San Diego, I was depressed. I didn't even realize how depressed I was until I left. I was working constantly just staring at 4 walls, walking to my desk every morning and not leaving until 7 at night. $9,000 a month, all in just to do that. I moved to Da Nang, Vietnam at 51. I live 2 blocks from the beach. All my expenses is $1,400 a month. That weight that I was carrying in San Diego, I didn't even know I was carrying it until I was gone. I'm not going back.
So let's look at where these people are actually going, because the Journal did some serious work here.
Before they go off into that, we're about to go off into this. I'll be sharing the link of this with you guys. We went to this a few years back, but we haven't been here since they've updated everything. This is a cost of living indicator where you could put in any cities and compare those cities to another. So what I did, I just put in Chicago. Let's scroll back up. And then you guys can let me know if you have a city that you want me to compare a city and a country to, or a country to a country, or whatever it may be. The cost of Chicago is 146% higher than Cali, Colombia, just on the rent side, or excluding rent. When it comes to rent, 207% higher for all you Midwesterners. So just cost of living. And then here's the rent price right here. Rent price is 406% higher. Restaurant prices in Chicago are 201, almost 202% higher than Cali. Groceries, the exact same groceries, 156% higher. Local purchasing power, the power of the dollar. The US dollar purchasing power is 213%, almost 214% higher in Cali, Colombia than it is in the United States. Let's just start off with restaurants. Like I said, I could change whatever city. I could choose a city, so I could change the city. A meal, an inexpensive meal, just a regular meal in Colombia, $4.20. But in Chicago, that same meal is $20. A 300 plus increase, 375% increase. Meal for two without drinks, $31, almost $32 in Cali. But you're gonna pay $90 for that same meal in Chicago for two people. Man, y'all come out some money on dating. Goodness gracious, I wouldn't be dating in the United States. McDonald's fast food, a quick meal at McDonald's, $7.33. Anytime you got American food, it's always more expensive, American restaurants. And that's why it's almost equal with $12 in Chicago. A beer. I love this part. The average draft beer in Colombia, in Cali, Colombia, almost $1.50. That same beer in Chicago will cost you $7. The exact same beer. Let's look at apartments. Let's look at the rent. Let's scroll down to the rent. One bedroom in a nice area of Chicago, of Cali, nice area for one bedroom, $390, almost $391. Take it from me. I know that is so true. We actually paid less than that for a two bedroom, two bath. And it was, it wasn't far from here in Zone 5. That same apartment in Chicago, in a nice area of Chicago, just like with Cali, almost $2,400. $2,400 for the exact same square footage. One bedroom outside the city. So you're on the outskirts of Cali. $245, almost $246. That same apartment outside of Chi-Town, $1,700. 3 bedroom, Cali, Colombia. If you're in the heart of Cali, $1,300. If you're in the heart of Chicago, $4,800. Right here, 3-bedroom outside the city, far less. And still, you're paying $3,000 outside of Chicago. Outside of Chicago. Yeah. Yeah, we've been using this one for about a good 6 years too. It's a good website. He said I was showing my cousins and coworkers. Shout out to you, Black Chairman. This site. He said the best way to compare, absolutely correct. This is what y'all need to be showing your mamas and your uncles and your cousins. This site right here. I'm going to drop the link. And like I said, you can change the city to whatever city you want. But I've got Chicago up there. Let's choose another city. Okay, what city y'all want to compare? Give me 2 cities. Give me a city that's in the States and a city that's outside the States. Give me a city that's in the States. He said, I'm moving to Cali. He said, I have become so cheap. Medellin feels expensive to me. Even though, okay, Irvine, California. All right, give me Irvine, California. We're going to pull Irvine, California right here. So we will add Pierce, another city. Now I want to change this one. So let's go back. Chicago, let's change that to, let's go right here. Oh, it's I. Make sure I put it correctly. You said Irvine. Oh, Irvine. Okay, I said Irvine. Irvine. So let's put Irvine right here. Irvine, California. And we're going to compare it to add another city. Compared to, let's see what T-Mac said. Medellin. Okay, cool. We'll compare it to Medellin. Medellin, Colombia. All right. There we go. So cost of, look at, goodness gracious. Cost of Irvine, California is, excluding rent, is 122% high. That's up there. Cost of living, which including the rent, is 179 higher. Rent prices, just by rent alone, between Medellin and Irvine is 34% higher. Groceries, 136% higher. Restaurants is 106. You're just paying out for the same products, guys. The buying power of the US dollar in the United States, in Irvine, California, compared to Medellin, you get that US dollar gets a 337% boost in Medellin compared to Irvine, California. Let's look at the average meal. The average meal that would cost, a mom and pop restaurant costs about $660. The average mom and pop, the average meal at a restaurant will cost you $25 in California. A meal for 2 will be $39 in Medellin. That'll cost you $100 for that date night in Irvine, California. A beer, $2 in Medellin. That same beer, exact same draft, $8 in California. Let's go down to the apartments. This is what I'm looking for. The homes. This is the part I'm looking for. A 1-bedroom in Medellin, depending on where you're located, of course. Almost $680, right? That same 1 bedroom in California, almost $2,900. $2,900 for a 1 bedroom. Woo! Let's look at the 3 bedroom in the inner city. You're in a nice area in Medellin, $1,200. I mean, you're in a nice area, but that same square footage will cost you in Irvine, California, $4,800. $4,800 for a $1,200 apartment in Medellin. I'll do one more. Let's do one more. Let's do Brooklyn, New York. All right. You know what? That's a good one. Brooklyn and Lima. We'll do Brooklyn and Lima. That's a good idea. I've never done Brooklyn before. Let's do Brooklyn and Lima. My bad. Wait a minute. Did I spell it correctly? Oh, 2 O's. There we go. Brooklyn, New York. And we're going to compare it to Lima, Peru. That's a good one. That is a good one right there. I've never seen this one before. I'm excited about this one. All right, here we go. Brooklyn, New York. Without just a regular cost of living, without your apartment, it is it's almost 150% higher. Including your rent, it is 233% higher than Peru. Whew. Whew, your apartment in New York. Oh my God. Your same apartment, same square footage, nothing different. If you were getting that same apartment in Peru, it will be 400 and almost 500% less than getting it in Brooklyn, New York. Restaurants, 137, 160, 173%, almost 174% higher. Groceries, 134% higher. And the dollar's buying power would be 76, almost 78% higher. Let's read this part right here. I want to hear this. It says that you would need around $9,741 in Brooklyn to maintain the same life that you have in Lima, which is, that's not, because this 33, this is only 10,000. I got to find out what the 10,000 is in Peru pesos. What is that in Peru? Let's see what that is in USD. Let me scroll up. Let's see what that would be in USD. So that, oh man, I think I kind of throw it off. In US, let's go back here. Andre, you just messing up now. Okay, we're back here. There's 9,000. So what would this be? Because I know it's comparing this, what will cost you 33,000 Peruvian, whatever that is, but you will only need 10,000 of the Peruvian, whatever that is, for rent. But it's not letting me translate it into. I know it's at least 3 times less. I do know that much. So let's look at right here. Let's go right here. I don't want to hold this up too long. Meals at a restaurant in Peru, $4.50. The same meal, $20 in Brooklyn. Woo. A meal for two without drinks. Oh, come on now. Stop it. Come on, Brooklyn. Really? $33 meal in Peru will cost you $110 in Brooklyn. Really, Brooklyn? Man, I'm down. If I was you New York dudes, I wouldn't be dating nobody. Every chick I meet would be Netflix and chill. I ain't spending nothing. Goodness gracious, Brooklyn. One date. If you dudes, check it. Brooklyn, talk to me. You mean if you took a chick on 3 dates, you have spent over $300+? Talk to me, Brooklyn. Talk to me. $110 for one date? That's without the drinks, bro. Brooklyn, what are you doing, bro? Man, if y'all don't, hey, I wouldn't be dating nobody. A beer, okay, that's not too bad. In Peru, $3. In Brooklyn, $8. You're saving a little money. A cappuccino is kind of around the same price. Bottled water, 61 cents. Brooklyn, $1.70. You gonna come out some money. Let's just ride this out, Brooklyn. Milk is right around the same amount price, not too bad. Bread, twice the amount. White rice, goodness gracious. White rice, $1.37. That same bag of rice in Brooklyn, $7.21. Ooh-wee. Chicken fillet. Let's look at the chicken fillet. $6 for the chicken fillet chicken. But in Brooklyn, $16. A little bit of apple, couple apples. Couple apples will cost you almost $2. In Brooklyn, $3, almost $3.40. Let's scroll down to the apartments. I'm about to have some fun with this one. Here we go. In Peru for a really nice, in a nice area, 1 bedroom, $734. That same apartment square footage in Brooklyn, $3,200. If you outside of Lima, Peru, on the outskirts, it drops down to $354. But in Brooklyn, if you get you a spot that's outside of Brooklyn, you still kicking out $2,400 for a 1 bedroom apartment. A 3 bedroom in Lima, Peru, in a really nice area, $1,200. Brothers, that same $1,200 apartment in Brooklyn, 71. Man, listen here. Brooklyn, we got to talk, man. We got to talk, Brooklyn. Shout out to all you guys that are watching from Andrea's channel. I appreciate you gentlemen over there. We got to talk, Brooklyn. Even if you buy a house, price of square footage in Peru, and this is high to me, $2,300, right? That same apartment square footage, $12,000, almost $600 in Brooklyn. In order to survive in Lima, all you just about need is about 600 plus. You gonna have to walk into the house with at least 3,700 in Brooklyn just to walk into the party. This is Lima versus Irving versus Medellin versus Chicago. Of course, Cali is going to be lower. Just New York in general. Prague, Sydney, and London. Goodness gracious, bruh. Let's head back to the video. We probably pull this listing up more often. I always like going to this listing when you guys put up the cities. Goodness gracious. Woo, Brooklyn, stand up. He say, yes, fellas. He say that's where I live. Brooklyn, New York. We might do. I'll save those in toward the end of the show after we get done doing this live. Doing the video part. We'll come back to the list because that's fun looking at the different cities.
They analyze data from more than 50 countries, and the pattern is consistent and undeniable. In nearly every one of the European Union's 27 member states, the number of Americans arriving to live and work is at an all-time record. So let's start with Portugal, someplace that we are planning on visit probably later this year, if not early next year. The number of Americans living there has jumped more than 500% since the COVID pandemic.
I don't know if you heard, but everybody's escaping America. Here are the top 5 countries that American expats are ending up in. If you didn't know, now you know. Mexico is one of the places people have chosen to settle down. With Mexico's low cost of living and beautiful weather, people have chosen this as their new home. Mexico ranks very high because it is a country that's easy to settle in. It's very close to the United States, just in case American expats do want to head back. The cost of living is low, and people seem to have a very fulfilling lifestyle there. And it also could be the trips to Cancun. Next on the list, Portugal. Portugal is a place that leaves people feeling very welcome, and they love the overall quality of life. And the cost of living is something that probably sells them every time. And while we're still on the topic of Europe, let's talk about Spain. Spain, yeah. As a person who lived in Madrid, I can definitely agree. Spain has a long list of things that attracts you.
Madrid is nice, bro. I ain't gonna even lie to you. Madrid is nice. You would think that you was in the States in Europe. Madrid is considered like the New York of Spain. Dude, the roads and the freeways, bruh. I kid you not. In Madrid, I won't lie, I felt like I was in the States, even though I was in Europe. But their roads and I swear, there is nothing different. They got wide roads, wide freeways, even though they got a train system. So Madrid has that historical European side, but you can tell it is very modern throughout the city. And the cost of is life. Yeah, he said, I'm more of Barcelona. I like Barcelona too, don't get me wrong. Barcelona reminded me of Barcelona was more historical to me than Madrid. I love Barcelona because it has the beach, of course. It is a party country, so there's always some type of events going on in Barcelona. And it's a 2-hour train ride from France and other countries. So if I want to shoot them, that's probably my favorite part about being in Europe. The fact that I can get on a plane for $60 and be 3 countries over. Me and Andre can get on a train for $40 and stop off at all these little small towns because the trains run every hour, every 2 hours, every 3 hours, every 6 hours. So you can stop, get off a train in a small town, enjoy that small town, and the next train is going to be coming in 6 hours. You just get back on the train and keep it rolling. Either you take the train going back to where you came from, or you keep the train going to the next destination. And listen, if we had that system in the United States, you know how many states Americans will have enjoyed if we just had the same train system that Europe has, just in our country. But our infrastructure wasn't set up for that. Yep. The Bengals and Falcons are going to be in Madrid this year. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Yep. He said for a couple, southern Spain is great. Sylvania and Valencia. Yes. We've already been looking, my friend. You telling me and Andrea's secret spots, man. Let me let you go. You telling me and Andrea's secret spots. Yeah, the NFL's got 9 games globally this year. 9 global games. 1 in Germany. Paris is this year. They got Paris this year. Shout out to the NFL. They got 2 in Mexico. They got 1 in Brazil. They've got Madrid. Yeah, they've got 9 games. I don't have them all memorized, but they've got 9 games this year. Yeah, oh yeah, Australia. That's right. They got Australia this year. And what they said they're going to do in the future, the reason why they're doing all this, you say, what the NFL is trying to go international sports now? Actually, they plan on creating an international division. You know how you have the West Coast, the AFC West, the NFC East? They plan on creating 4 teams that'll be able to compete and as a division with the NFL teams that come over. That's what the plan is. Create like 2 or 3 divisions in Europe or in other countries and have those teams compete against each other and at the same time compete. Because if you think about it, that's all we do anyway with the NFL. Fly all the way from the East Coast to the West Coast, fly all the way from the West Coast to the East Coast. So if you think about it, if you got a team that's in Australia, it's a little closer to get to there from California if you're the 49ers. Because that's where the 49ers are going to. I think they're going to the Australia game. So yeah. 49ers got 2. 49ers are doing the Mexican game, the Mexico game, and they're doing the Australia game. Because they did have an NFL Europe back in the the Euro League in the NFL, back in the day. He said it was shut down. He said, I'm following you and Andre to Spain. Hey, bruh, we got fam over there. Hey, man, listen, we are serious about it. He said, wait till I get my citizenship. Hey, bruh, I already know hey, like I said, you telling all our secrets. Just imagine having your Colombian citizenship and then going to Spain. 2 years after that, you get your Spanish citizenship because you got your Colombian citizenship. 3 passports, 3 race. Oh man, yeah, man. Yes, sir. And the plot thickens. You definitely know. He said you have pieces in places now. He said, yeah, in places now, and they have games played on YouTube. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Yeah, so they're doing big things. He said, I'm going to back to Madrid. To Marbella, Spain. He said, I'm trying to keep that spot low key. Okay, let me write it down because there's a couple of spots over there that we've been looking at. We want to do Southern because we do not want to deal with the cold of Central and Northern Spain in the wintertime. I'm going to look that up tonight after the show. Look it up on TikTok, look some videos. Shout out to you guys sharing the wealth. Let's continue on with the video.
The nightlife, work-life balance, the climate, and the culture. And one of the best feelings is that people say that they feel at home in Spain. Moving on, Indonesia. We've all heard of Bali. Bali is a place that a lot of expats go to due to the very low cost of living. If you do stay in Bali, Indonesia, and you're living off of an American income, you'll probably have one of the best lives here, as your money will go a very long way. As well as that, the weather is to die for. And the culture and the animals and all the things that you'll see every day is something that you'll never get tired of waking up to. And last on the list, Pura Vida, Costa Rica. I was surprised at this, but people love Costa Rica due to the low cost of living and the beautiful weather. As well as that, they have a very rich culture and history that you have to see. Americans are picking up selling their cars, their houses, they're selling everything.
If you're scared about moving to Europe this year, please remember that the United States is not even in the top 100 safest countries in the world. Out of 131 countries ranked in the Global Peace Index, the US ranks around 120. Yeah. If you've never heard of the Global Peace Index, let me put you on. The Global Peace Index measures how safe countries actually are, and they base it on crime, political stability, conflict, and overall safety for residents. The safest countries in the world consistently are countries in Europe, and Portugal consistently ranks in the top 10 year after year. So when people ask me if it's safe to move to Europe right now, statistically, everyone living in Europe are much safer than anyone living in the US right now. So if you're researching which countries to move to because you're ready to leave the US this year, make sure you look up countries that rank in the top 10 in the Global Peace Index year after year. Then you want to look for countries that have residencies that you can qualify for and that you can add your family as dependents as well.
There are currently an estimated 4 to 9 million Americans living outside the United States. That's a country the size of Ireland living elsewhere.
I'm just going to say it because nobody else is saying it, even though we're all thinking it. The American dream is to leave America.
Nearly 9 million Americans have left the country. And if there were a new state called Expatland, it would probably be more populous than Vermont, Wyoming, and Alaska combined. After all, what made citizens of the world's richest nation, once hailed as the land of the American dream, choose to leave their own homeland? Let's look at the small details in life. A supermarket bill for almost $300 for just 1 week of groceries. A retired couple has to count every penny to pay for health insurance that costs as much as their rent. A family in Chicago is teaching their children how to duck when they hear gunshots, instead of how to cross the street.
Maybe I'm just speaking for me here, but I feel like the new American dream is to leave. We don't want to be here, bro. The new American dream is to live somewhere else.
Well, don't let us stop you from achieving your dreams, bro. If you don't want to be here, then we are not going to try and make you stay. But don't just talk about it, be about it. You could go north, you could go south, you choose. Just go.
People keep saying that the new American dream is to leave America. And coming from somebody who's had the American dream, you know, the house, the pool, the land, the marriage, I feel like they may be right. When you have all of that and you realize that that doesn't make you happy, then you start really thinking about like, okay, what can I do to make me happy? And for me, happiness was time and freedom. Ultimate currency is time. Having the time to actually live this one life that you get on this earth. I would have to agree. The new American dream for some people is to leave America and not live a life that is a part of the rat race of America to get an American dream that is basically unattainable. We moved out of our house and we're renting it out, and we're actively trying to leave the country so that we can experience life where you have time to do things that you want to do in life.
When Gallup surveyed Americans during the 2008 recession, which remember was a genuine economic catastrophe, they asked how many people wanted to permanently leave the U.S. And the answer then was 1 in 10. Last year, not during a recession, the answer was 1 in 5. That number doubled. 40% of American women between the ages of 15 and 44 said they would like to permanently move overseas if they could.
And before we go off into that, I just asked ChatGPT, what is the, now they said between 4 to 9 million of us have left. That number has been used since I left. Right now, it's more like 11 to 12 million Americans have left. This is the question I asked ChatGPT. I said, of the expats, the 9 million of us, or 4 million, or 12 million of us that have left the United States, what percentage of us have said that we'd go back and live in the United States part-time or permanently? Out of 9 million people, 12 million people that have left and build lives in other countries. The percent is 11. Only 11% of us have said that once we have left the United States, we will never come back to the United States to live, ever. It said because of work-life balance, where they've gotten used to work-life balance in other countries, they have gotten used to having access to health care in other countries. Remember, America and the island of New Guinea are the only countries in the world that don't have some form of universal health care on a federal level. Also said that these were the major influences of why, and cost of living, of course, why these expats said, I'll never live back in the United States again. Let's continue on, because right now, the people that are paving the way, and I've been saying this for years, fellas, the women. The women are the ones that are picking up faster than men and leaving the United States. Women ain't scared. Men will visit a country. Women will visit and relocate to a country. You go on TikTok, most of these videos I find, every time I do this topic, you ever notice the content is majority women. You know why? Because men will go and party in another country. He'll hang out in another country, but he's scared to move to another country. Women ain't scared. I'll say that again. The women ain't scared. T-Mac says this. He said, Andre, some of the brothers are taking up collection to send you to a conference, Dr. Umar's conference at his high school. No need to thank us. Appreciate you, brothers. Appreciate you, brothers. Let's continue on.
1 in 5 Americans would like to leave the country permanently. That's according to a new Gallup survey. And younger women are behind that spike. 2 in 5 women, in fact, from the ages of 15 to 44 now say they want to leave the U.S. for good. That's 4 times as many from 2014, when just 1 in 10 wanted to live abroad.
Renunciation of U.S. citizenship jumped by 48% in 2024. In fact, the backlog for appointments to officially renounce is now months long. Americans are applying for British.
Don't let that slide what he just said. He said there's a backlog of American citizens trying to renounce their citizenship. It is up 49%. And it keeps growing since I've been here, year after year after year. So when I hear Americans, because I see them on TikTok, but you should just give up your citizenship. There are so many people doing it. The line is backlogged. You literally have to wait and wait and wait to renounce your citizenship. That's how many people are renouncing U.S. citizenships. One of the reasons why I do these episodes of this is to pull the curtain back and showcase there is no perfect country. It's just a country that's perfect for you. I'll say this again. We have been conned into thinking that we live in a utopian, almost a utopian country. There is no perfect country. But we have been programmed to compare ourselves. Hey, that country, hey, Congo is going through war. I'm glad I don't live in the Congo. Italy is going through Euro issues. I'm glad I don't live in Italy. So we have been programmed to compare ourselves to the worst of the worst situations. You ever notice Americans don't compare themselves to Thailand? Americans don't compare themselves to Philippines. Americans don't compare themselves to the cost of living and the lifestyle of China. Have you ever heard Americans compare themselves to the lifestyle of Norway and any of those Scandinavian countries? You know why? Because when it's time to compete with the big dogs, we can't compare. We can't compete. And so that's why whenever Americans always talk about other Americans moving, they be like, y'all going to those third world countries, because we have been programmed to compare ourselves to countries that we think can't compete with us. But as you can see, when you get to Costa Rica, when you get to certain parts of Mexico, when you get to certain parts of Colombia, I'm gonna say this now, and I'll put this out here right now. When it comes to infrastructure, I don't know too many American cities that can compete with Medellin. When it comes to infrastructure, I don't know too many. Y'all gonna have to put in the comment section for me. Name the city that you guys think, infrastructure wise, that can compete with Medellin. Just Medellin. I don't know. Detroit, no. Chicago, hell no. Miami, you ain't been to Miami. I'm not talking about South Beach or Miami Beach. I'm talking about the real Miami. Hell no. Maybe Dallas or maybe Austin, Texas, or Houston. Maybe those cities. I'll give it to those. So I'll give it to Dallas or Austin or Houston. I can't think of any. Maybe Phoenix. Yep, because I like Phoenix. Maybe Vegas. Absolutely correct. But you see, yep. You see how we got to reach? Yep. That's what I was thinking. The same cities. Yeah. It's kind of crazy that we have to reach to think about, like, wait a minute. Can be Kansas. Yeah, with the metro cables. Denver. I could give it to Denver because of because of the beauty. Downtown Tampa. I could give downtown Tampa. I could give it to downtown Tampa. Tampa is probably one of the best. A lot of people sleeping on Tampa, bro. Tampa is just all around one of the best cities that you will ever see in the United States. Its location, its infrastructure, it is a really, really beautiful city. Even the hood, you be like, that's the hood? This ain't no hood. This is not the hood. You say Denver somewhat. Denver somewhat. Shout out to Bronx being in the building. Yes, sir. You say Denver? Charlotte? I haven't been to Charlotte yet, so I'm not sure. Montrez. Shout out, I still got a video to send you, Montrez. I was just thinking about that today. Shout out to Montrez in the building. He said, in the words of Dave Chappelle, he said, I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. Yeah, man. So he said, Charlotte definitely. I wouldn't know. I haven't been to Charlotte. And I think Charlotte's beautiful, but I haven't been there yet. He says one of the most beautiful. I can believe that. But you see how we got to look for it? We got 50 states. We haven't even been able to pull out 50 cities that can compete with just one city in this so-called third world country. In 2 years, Medellin will blow out. I kid you not. Medellin will be better than maybe all the cities that we just named in 2 years. I'll say that again. Once they get done with Medellin in the next 2 years, it will, without a doubt, be better as far as infrastructure than every single city that we just named. There will not be a city that's better infrastructure-wise than Medellin. They're also building, like I offered to mention, Medellin is actually building the world's first drone highway. A highway that's literally dedicated to drones. No other city has an actual drone highway except for maybe in Japan or in China. Some of those cities. But out in the West, America doesn't have that. We don't have one city that has a drone delivery highway where a drone can deliver your Uber Eats, deliver your medication, deliver your groceries. We don't have that. Medellin will. Yeah. Yep. Yep, they're absolutely correct, Kobe. They're setting it up to be the next Dubai on this side of the world. Absolutely. That's exactly what they're doing. Right. Yeah. That's without a doubt, brethren. That's without a doubt. And I believe that. I believe that Charlotte is underrated. Believe you me. I was actually going to move to Charlotte before I moved to Tampa. I kid you not. That when I got out, my goal was to move to Charlotte. And I decided to go ahead and give Tampa a try. Actually, I went back to Detroit for a little while, but he said, Andre, don't forget the U.S. does not compare themselves to Japan either. Yeah, that's a given right there. They cannot compete in any way to Japan or China when it comes to infrastructure. Let's go back to the video.
Citizenship at a highest rate since they started taking records of this in 2004. A Temple University researcher named Caitlin Joyce, who has spent years studying this, said it very plainly. Americans that move abroad find they like life better abroad. And the journal ends their piece with a question, a very real one. They ask, are these immigrants a credit to American strength? Are these people who have been empowered by American salaries and American opportunity to go and live someplace else? Or do they represent something else? A loss of faith, a vote against the direction the country is heading in. And I've been sort of sitting with that question ever since I read it. And I don't think it's one or the other. I think it's, for most people, it's a little of both. For MJ and I, we're not planning to leave because we hate America. We love where we come from. We love America. We love the people we're leaving behind. That part isn't simple. And anyone who tells you what it is, they're not being honest with you. The people in this Wall Street Journal article are not radicals. They're not un-American. They're people who did the research. They looked at the options and they made a decision that made sense for their lives.
I read this article recently that left me, I would say, pretty shocked. Now, we all know that more and more Americans are choosing to leave the USA for a better life. But here's something that I wasn't aware of. Currently, the US government has months-long backlog of Americans asking to renounce their citizenship, not moving temporarily out of the country, but to renounce their citizenship.
Big trend for expats right now is renouncing US citizenship. Last year, over 4,000 people decided they were not proud to be an American and formally cut off all ties. Now,
and I think that is a misnomer right there. He said they renounced their citizenship because they were not proud to be an American. I'm in the expat group on Reddit, as some of you guys know. In the expat group on Reddit, that question came up a few years back. And most of the responses were, I've been out of America for 35 years. I've been out of America, I'm 80. I've been out of America for 15 years. I've been out of America for 27 years. I'm 70. They knew that they like, listen, the way that I'm aging, I'm not going back. And the other reason was America is the one of two countries in the world that still has you file taxes, even though you don't live there. Even though we get a tax benefit this past tax season. Actually, our tax season has not come up yet, my bad. Our taxes are due. If you are expat from the United States, your taxes are due June 15th, not April 15th. We get an automatic 2-month extension. You don't have to file anything. It's just automatic. If you file them in April, cool. If you don't, you actually have to June 15th. 98%, as you guys often hear me say, 98% of expats don't owe back federal taxes. We pay towards our Social Security and things like that, yes. But actual federal taxes, no, we don't owe that. Why? Because of the breaks that we get. When you're American and you live in the States, the breaks that I always mention, you don't even know exist. You didn't know that living outside the United States give you so many tax breaks to where 98% of us don't owe any money. 100% of us have to file taxes. Yes, according to your passport, line 4 or line D, you must file your taxes. Does not mean you owe your taxes, because we get so many tax breaks. This year, it's 130,000. Just one of them. Just one tax break is 130,000, meaning that as long as, for example, me, as long as in 2025, I didn't go over 130,000, all my money is free, tax free on the federal side. I'm from the state of Florida. There is no state tax. A lot of expats, to keep from paying state taxes, they just transfer their residency to a state that doesn't have any state tax. And so that's how they get around with paying state tax. And we already get the tax breaks for federal tax. And that's why 98% of expats don't owe taxes, because most of us don't make $130,000. Why? We don't need $130,000. You do. I'll say this again. It is not a flex to expats that y'all make more money than us. The same restaurants in Cali that the richest person in Cali can go to, we can go to too. The same restaurants that the richest person in the Philippines goes to, you guys can go to too. The richest and fanciest restaurants in Thailand, you guys, because you make American dollars and you get a bang for your buck, you can go to too. We don't need $130,000 a year to live the $130,000 plus a year lifestyle. You see where I'm going with that? If you're walking around Colombia with $50,000 a year, you basically can go anywhere you want to. You living like in the country clubs now. You got country club membership now. You in Colombia version of Mar-a-Lago now. You golfing with Trump and them. So to sit back and make $130,000 is no flex to it. There's no purpose. It's good if we do it, but there's no flex to it. Okay, you make $130,000, but you live in Bali. What do you do with it? I save it. I invest it. I buy properties. Why? Because I don't have that cost of living that Americans have. Now, remember, corporate and business taxes are different. Like I have to pay business taxes, right? But I have to file individual taxes. America is one of 2 countries in the world where you still got to do that. And that's why so many Americans are like, I'm done with this filing taxes thing every year. Every year, America is in my business. Every year. And so they're like, you know what? I haven't lived in America in 17 years. I don't plan on going back. I'm 64 years old, 67 years old. I'm done. I can still get my Social Security money because America owes me that. That's my money. But I renounce my citizenship. I'm done. I'm through. And that's why a lot of people renounce their citizenship. Because they feel that because of taxation and America being so nosy in their business, it's just uncalled for. America's like, we did good business this year. Where's my cut? Yep, that's how America is. That's how America is. He said, change your business to S Corp and move business to Wyoming. That's what we are in Wyoming. Yep. And I do plan on changing ours from a a S corp. I mean, LLC to S corp. I already have planned that out. Good call. To avoid corporate tax. He said Bogota is more dangerous than Medellin. Oh, okay, talking to the brothers. Let's go back to the video.
What's going on? By far, the biggest factor is taxes. According to a new survey of all the U.S. expats that are considering renouncing citizenship, 61% cite filing and paying U.S. taxes as the main reason. Of course, if you do give up citizenship, you'll be treated just like any other foreigner, and there's no guarantee that you will ever be allowed to return and visit. So what do you...
And just like with any other foreigner, a lot of people don't want to come back. Usually when people give up their citizenship, they don't want to come back. And now with giving up your citizenship, you do have to do this. A lot of people don't talk about this. The cost for filing to give up your citizenship is only $400 and something. We're going to look at that in a second. It's only $400 something to apply to give up your U.S. citizenship. Here's the kicker. You have to make sure all your back taxes and all your U.S. debts are paid off before they okay it. I want to say this again. If you have U.S. debts, medical bills, whatever it is, or you have student loans, child support, back child support, alimony, whatever it is, until those items are taken care of, you will not get the okay to give up your U.S. citizenship. America wants all the money. They want all the money. And the reason that started is because one of the founders of Facebook left, I forgot how much money he left with. He left the United States at that time period. And the U.S., I forgot what it was in regards to the tax situation with him. But he, like I say, he was one of the founders of, that's what it was. One of the founders of Facebook, he left with so many millions and billions, right? Here's what dude did. He shot to Brazil real quick, transferred all his money internationally, didn't have to file taxes yet. It wasn't tax season yet. Renounced his U.S. citizenship before tax season kicked in. And because of that, he didn't owe any U.S. taxes. Why? He was no longer a U.S. citizenship, a U.S. citizen. Since that founder, one of the founders of Facebook did that, he's living a happy life in Brazil right now. He said, the U.S. government said, from now on, anybody that renounces their U.S. citizenship, we will do a thorough investigation to find out what that person owes us before we okay them to give up their citizenship. Because at that time period, when the Facebook guy did it, there was no checks and balances. It was just, oh, you don't want to be a U.S. citizen? Stamp. Okay, cool. Don't come back. But they didn't realize, wait a minute. Well, hold on. These are hundreds of thousands, hundreds of millions of dollars in back taxes we're not going to get from this guy. Why? He renounced his citizenship before tax season. And U.S. was like, what? And since then, because of him, that's why they have a checks and balances now because of that. He said, I'm not giving up my U.S. citizenship because they have too many global benefits for veterans. I wouldn't give it up either. I've done my part. I won't lie. My goal is to collect passports like baseball cards. So I'm going to have fun flexing a European passport, a Colombian passport, and then flexing and using my U.S. passport. I ain't going to lie to you. I won't lie to you. I love it. Yeah, yes, he did. There we go. Thank you very much. Facebook guy left the U.S. with $4 billion. He's worth $37 billion now. Yep, that's what happened. Thank you very much, Kobe. I forgot the amount that he left with. Tax-free. Because as soon as they split the money up for Facebook, my man said, I'm going to Brazil. I'm out. Y'all can have that U.S. citizenship. And America was like, okay, stamped him, bam. And then tax season came. And they were like, wait a minute. We forgot to tax that $4 billion. Well, you can't tax him now. He's no longer a citizen. And my man got his citizenship in Brazil and kept the whole $4 billion. Kept the whole $4 billion. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Denounced. Wouldn't you? Now, I'm telling you something. I wouldn't denounce my U.S. citizenship. But for $4 billion and saving in taxes, I got $4 billion. I got a choice. Keep my U.S. Let me ask you this, T-Mac. You got $4 billion. You got $4 billion, T-Mac. But in order to keep it from being taxed, you had to give up your citizenship. I think I'd have gave up that citizenship. I think for the taxes that gonna hit you for $4 billion, they gonna hit you for $1 billion. Is the U.S. citizen? Okay, let's be honest. Is the U.S. citizenship worth $1 billion? You got 4. They gonna tax you for like 1.5, 1.7. Is American citizenship worth $1.7 billion? Yeah, I've been gone. I can have that citizenship. I can build me a baby America. Yeah, thank you.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan.
Don't play with me. I'm thinking the same thing, T-Mac. I could start my own country. With that 1.7, I'm building my own country. 'Tis of thee. My country would be called Expatland, where all the expats could come. Welcome to Expatland. What country you from? I'm from Expatland. Where you pay taxes? In Expatland? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, they're gonna hit you for the 2.5? Yeah, I'm done. I'm out, bro. I'm out. They can have that citizenship. I'm living in Expatland for real. He said, I have no loyalty to any country. He said, my family always migrated for real. Has always migrated for better options. Absolutely correct. He said, bye, Felicia. Seriously, man. Everybody sit up there and pay their taxes just to be a citizen, just to keep citizen. Oh, yeah. He said the words of Andre Spence. I'm not a citizen, I'm an earthling. Absolutely correct. I am an earthling. Seriously. The world is my oyster. That is so serious. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Yes, sir. He said, I'm building an island in the middle of the Indian Ocean with that money. Seriously, man. Yep, I will buy an island. Easily. Island resort called Expatland. Everybody be visiting my island. Black Chairman says this. He said that the family's wealth is from Brazil and Indonesia. They used to own a chain of clothing stores, and saved $720 million by giving up his U.S. citizenship. He married a wealthy model. You know what? I ain't mad at him. I am not mad at the brother. He said, hey, can you be mad at him? I can't. He married into wealth? Seriously. Let's go back to the video.
What do you think about all this? Would you ever want to give up your American citizenship? Let us know in the comments.
On April 13th, 2026, 4 days from now, it looks like the processing fee for renouncing U.S. citizenship is going to change. For many years, it was $400, but conspicuously, one day it was $2,500, and it looked like the direction was always going to go up. Like the United States was shutting the door on Americans renouncing citizenship. Even during the pandemic, they shut down many consulates, particularly the service where they allow Americans to renounce. The line to do that became months long. But in 4 days, the price will return back to $450. It looks like they're closing down the door for immigration from the outside, but they're opening the door for expatriation from the inside. I'll let you decide which direction you think is the best one. But if you need help with this process, there's a lot of details that you have to get all of them right. We can connect you with somebody who can help. Comment help below.
A group of expats sued the United States of America over the $2,000 plus fee that they charged to renounce U.S. citizenship. And guess what? They won. On March 13th, 2026, the State Department published a final rule reducing the fee to renounce your U.S. citizenship from $2,350 down to just $450, and that's going to be effective on April 13th, 2026. But let's be clear, this is strictly an administrative fee reduction. All the tax obligations, all the requirements related to renunciation, those are completely unchanged. You can use the foreign earned income exclusion, which for many expats will eliminate federal income tax under $130,000. And if you are still paying state income taxes, which we highly recommend not to do, you can change your domicile from a high-income tax state to a low-income tax state.
Walk away from being American permanently. Prior to 2009, the number of Americans renouncing their citizenship was averaging under 500 a year. But in 2025, that number jumped to 5,000 a year. And the number is expected to go much higher in 2026. But that's not even the number that shocked me. During the 2008 recession, the worst financial crisis most of us had seen, Gallup asked Americans how many would want to leave the country permanently if they could. And the survey showed that 1 in 10 said yes. They asked the same question last year, and the number has jumped to 1 in 5. Now, that's not a trend. That's a signal of the reality of the USA.
This is a vulnerable statement for me to make, but since TikTok is going away, I'm just going to let it rip, okay? I feel so much resentment towards people who are leaving the United States or have already left the United States. And I've talked about this with my therapist since November 5th, but I feel so much just resentment and jealousy, seething jealousy like I've never felt it before for people who are fleeing to another country. It's a complicated feeling to hold, and it's a yucky feeling for me to feel because I don't want to leave. I like my life here. I like my life where I'm at. There's so many people here that I love that I don't want to leave. If I had it my way, I would stay right where I am. And I'm going to, because I don't have the money or the means to move. But I'm so scared.
I never thought about that till its fullest extent. That there are Americans that have something to say about us moving to other countries because deep down inside, they're jealous and they wish they could do or had done what we've done. Man, I was 50 years old when I left the United States permanently. I don't want to hear no excuse from younger people. If I was patient enough to say, okay, I'm 46, 47, I think I was 45 when I decided that I was going to relocate to out of the United States. And I was patient enough to wait those 5 years and do what needed to be done. I don't want to hear no excuse from nobody that's 30 that can't wait until they're 35. I don't want to hear no excuse from nobody that's 25 and can't be patient enough to stack your bread and decide on your country by the time you hit 30. I don't hear nothing from you dudes that are 40 and aren't willing to take those 5 years to travel to different countries. And so by the time you're 40, 45, 50, you're ready to relocate to another country. Spending time being jealous and envious of what other people are doing, you just wasted time. She's letting expats live rent-free in her mind when she could be doing something to say, okay, how do I become an expat in the next 5 years? Instead of talking about, well, I don't have the money today. I got you. You don't have the money today. I'm so afraid. They programmed, did I not say fear? Family, finance, friends, and fear are the 4 reasons why Americans never leave. Fear. They have programmed most Americans to be scared. Oh man, where I'm gonna go? Man, ain't nobody going nowhere, man. That's crazy. Ain't nobody going no rush. Ain't nobody going to no Indonesia. That's crazy. That's on the other side of the world, man. The people that go chop me up, man. The people that go chop me up. I just said Indonesia. They ain't chopping people up in Indonesia. What are you talking about? Oh man, I ain't going down to Colombia, man. They go chop me up. Americans think every country somebody gonna chop you up. Man, I ain't going to Poland, man. I ain't going to Poland. They go chop me up. I think one of the greatest things America did was to convince Americans to be afraid of leaving America. Americans are flea trained. Trained like circus elephants. I said it, all of us. Circus elephants, they take the stick, put it in the ground when the elephant is a kid. A young elephant, he tries to pull, but that stake that's in the ground with that rope around that elephant's neck, he just can't pull it. By the time that elephant becomes adult, no matter what city they go to, they just keep on putting that stake in the ground, and then the elephant stands there. We're talking about one of the strongest creatures on the planet that won't move as long as he's got a rope around his neck and there's a stick in the ground connected to it. We are trained like, we all know that circus elephant could just stroll away and that stick gonna come out the ground. But it doesn't think it has any options. And our government has programmed many of us to believe, to fear options. If it were me talking to my family members, I'm going to talk directly to y'all families. Mom, dad, sisters, brothers, uncles. How much longer? How much longer would you want us to stay there and deal with the madness of cost of living, high medical costs, violence in the streets, violence in our schools? Mom, you said you want me to be better and live a better life than the life that you had. Dad, you groomed me to be a better man than the good man you are. Then why are you surprised when I want better and you raised me to want better? Mom, auntie, cousin, better is no longer only in the United States. I didn't say better was outside of the United States. I said better is not only in the United States. Mom, Could you at least allow me to show you the difference between cost of living in another country? Sis, I know you got all these narratives about all these other countries. I'm not moving to Italy, them white people racist. I'm not moving to Spain, them white people racist. I'm not moving to Africa, them black people racist. Let me show you some facts. Because the one thing I keep noticing, we as Americans are trained like fleas. If you put us inside of a container and cover it up, we jump to the top trying to escape. Once we've been trained in this glass called America, we try to jump to the top and it doesn't work. They could take the top off the jar and give us options to leave. And we still won't leave, Mom. Mom, how many years did you complain and pray to God about rent? Dad, how many years did you complain to God about car payments and car insurance? Sis, how many men that you keep dealing with that you say there are no quality men here? Cuz you my dog, you like a brother to me. How many times are we gonna keep on dealing with these same little scattywags, smelling like dish rags, rolling up zigzags? How many years we gonna keep on dealing with these chicks? If you don't understand why I'm leaving, you need to ask yourself, Mom and Dad, just take a look at why you're staying. Whatever is making you stay, Mom, Dad, uncle, cousins, best friends, what's making you stay in the States, that's literally what's making me leave the States. You don't like the grocery stores, yet you'll keep on paying them, those high prices. That's why I'm leaving the States. You don't like the gas prices, do you, Dad? That's why I'm leaving the States. Everything that you're willing to accept and compromise on, bad relationships, stress, bad medical system, political upheaval between the Democrats and the Republicans, all the things that you're tired of and you're doing nothing about, I'm tired of, and I'm going to do something about it. That's the difference between you and me, Mom, Dad, sis, girlfriend. The difference between me and you, we both don't like the same thing, but I'm willing to at least try to do something about it. Black folks, I'm talking to you. I don't care nothing about what racism is going on back home in the States, because you ain't gonna do ish about it. You're gonna stay on that plantation. FBA and ADOS and NAACPers and all of y'all talk a good game. You protest with the best of them. But if somebody offers you an opportunity to go to another country and live the life that you deserve as a person of color, you ain't leaving that plantation. You will picket sign on that plantation? Oh, yes, you will. You will cuss and fuss about the white man. Oh, yes, you will. And the white woman, Karen, looking at me. And I see y'all all the time on TikTok. Y'all cry and complain about white people. But the one thing that white people know about you Negroes, you ain't going nowhere. Cry if you will. You ain't going nowhere. You got white people now that walk up into y'all face right now and call y'all ninjas to your face. You know why they do it? Because they know A, you ain't gonna do nothing about it, and B, you ain't leaving the plantation, are you? Mr. Gilmore, good white people. He got good white land. Good soil on his land, don't he? But you criticize us that walk right off the plantation, that the gate is wide open. Black people, those of us who are of color, who are relocating to other countries, we are not fleeing, we're not escaping. I'm gonna say this again. We are not fleeing the United States. We are not escaping the United States. The front gate is open for you to leave the plantation as well as me. I'm walking out. I'm leaving the United States. There's a difference between the gate being open and I'm leaving compared to having to escape something where the gate is not open or fleeing something because I don't want to get caught. You've been trained to flee. You've been trained to escape. I realized all I had to do was just leave. The front gate of the plantation has always been open. So don't criticize me for leaving. Don't criticize all the sisters that are and brothers that are leaving just because you want to stay on Mr. Gilmore's property. Just because you want to be a good, I'm a black Republican, I'm a black Democrat. Be that. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Be that. But at the end of the day, just because I decide to leave the plantation does not mean at all that I'm fleeing or that I'm escaping. And as our brother said earlier, I will not have survivor's remorse. In other words, just because if I'm in another country, my gasoline only costs $1 a liter or $1 a gallon, I am not going to feel bad about it because you're paying $4 and $6 and $7 a gallon. I'm not going to feel bad about it. Just because I can go to a grocery store and buy 24 eggs for $2 and you got to buy a dozen eggs for $8, I don't feel sorry for you. I can go to a doctor's appointment and my copay for my visit is less than $2, but you can do the same appointment and you have to pay $150. I don't feel sorry for you anymore. I have no more buyer's remorse. I have no more survivor's remorse. Go down with the plane. Go down with the Titanic. Go down with the United States. You can keep using that excuse where we built this country. And I'm here to tell you, black people, name the country we didn't build. We ruled Europe for 800 years. Name the country we didn't build. Japan was originally black people, not this white Japanese that or Japanese that you see. Name the country we didn't build. So when you want to cry and say we built America, you're correct. But America is not the only country that we built. We built South America, we built Central America, and we built parts of Europe. We ruled Europe for 800 years. So once again, name the countries we didn't build or what continent we didn't have a major impact on. So that excuse of why you want to stay on the plantation because you built the plantation doesn't fly with me. It doesn't fly with most of us who are leaving and who have left, and we are living amazing lives. And I'll end this talking to mom and dad, uncles, cousins, and all you brothers and sisters that are in the United States, Ungawa Black Power. It feels so good to watch the hell that you living in from the outside. I would be, if I was still in the United States, I kid you not, I would be talking like you. I would be walking like you. I would be responding like you. I would be upset about politics. I would be disappointed about cost of living. I would be upset about how relationships are working. I'd be mad about this law and that law. Hear me out. If I was still in the States, still on the plantation, even though the gate is open for me to leave anytime I want to, I would be just as upset as you are. So I don't take that for granted and I don't take it away from you. You should be upset the way the cost of living is. You should be upset that you've got kids about to graduate high school and cannot even read on a 4th grade level. You should be upset with the gasoline prices. Since y'all said y'all took over Venezuela and you getting all their oil, You should be upset about that. You should be upset that every year there's over 600 mass shootings in the United States on average. You should be upset. If I was still stuck there too, I would be upset just like you. But here's the kicker. I'm not. And over 9 to 12 million of us Americans, we're not. And we don't feel sorry for you. And we never will feel sorry for you. So go ahead, use your American ego and, hey, we don't care, leave, just go. Hey, you've been programmed to act like that, right? You've been programmed to live on a plantation known as the United Snakes of America. You've been programmed to look at those who dare to walk out that open front gate as if they've done something wrong. It wasn't because of you that you thought about that. It was because for hundreds of years, they programmed you from the slave trade black folks all the way to today to always protect the white man's land. Always love the white man's land and always support the white man's land. So, and when I say the white man, I'm not saying just because of his color, because you can go to Europe and have a great life. I'm saying that you've been programmed to think if you leave America, you've done something wrong. And I'm here to tell you, so be it. 68% of you will never leave the same city in which you were living in anyway. So who am I to try to convince you to leave? I'm just saying stop, or if you can, try to not be so jealous or egotistical or misunderstanding those of us sisters and brothers and others that have left the United States. You haven't, so you don't know what the hell you're talking about, what takes place in other countries once we land there. You've never visited half the places that we've gone to. And yet you have the audacity to say that we're turncoats or we're traitors or we've given up. You're just fleeing the United States. You're escaping the United. No. The front gate is wide open. You can leave too. You just decide not to. And that's the difference between me, and that's the difference between you. I no longer want to be a slave mentally for a country that did not have my best interests at heart today, in the past, and technically in the future. That's what I would say to older people, to younger people, to people of all races in the United States. Keep your ass there. Stay right where you are. Don't come off the plantation. You deserve everything that's happening to you, because you could have left and still can leave just as easily as us other 11 million to 12 million Americans that already have done it. So we don't feel sorry for you. Yeah, I don't mind helping. I kid you not. I'll donate from afar. I pray from America, for America, from afar. I encourage the great things and hope for great things for America from afar. From afar. But I'm not gonna spend time. I won't spend 1 minute trying to convince Americans. Not a minute. Not a minute. Not a minute. Statistically, that's impossible to do. That's why I don't do it. Just in case you guys are wondering, well, he must don't like Americans. No, that's not it. That's not it at all. Statistically, the probability to even get an American to, you can't get the average American to move from Philly to Pittsburgh, from New York to New Jersey, from Orlando right down the street to Tampa. That's just statistics. According to the, like I always quote, American Van Line survey that they do every year, the moving company, 68% of Americans will live and die within a 50-mile radius of the hospital you were born in. If you were born in a hospital in Philadelphia, 68% of you will die by that hospital within 50 miles. If you were born in a hospital in Brooklyn, 68% of you will die within a 50-mile radius of that hospital. If you were born in LA, any parts, you are 68%, almost 70% chance with all the states that you could have moved to in your lifetime, all of them, you still have a 68, according to American Van Line, you still have a 68% chance that you are going to die within a 50-mile radius in LA of the hospital in which you were born. So statistically, I can't even get your ass to move to another city, least long state. So you think I'm going to spend my time trying to convince Americans to leave a country, to leave a whole plantation? Hell no. I know y'all ain't going nowhere. That's why I'm so adamant about the fact that I will never try to convince Americans to leave Americans. I will never try to convince Canadians to leave Canada. I will never convince Westerners in Australia and UK to leave the West and other Western countries. I'll never do that. That's statistically impossible. That's statistically impossible. America could catch fire, and Americans, most of y'all ain't gonna leave. I mean, it could literally catch forest fire, and y'all are still, we gonna rebuild America. We gonna rebuild it. Nothing can stop us. So be it. So be it. And while you spend the years rebuilding, I'll be spending the rest of my days, because I don't know how many I got left, enjoying them and living the life that I deserve as a man. And a lot of sisters and ladies are living the best lives that they deserve as women. I love the fact that women go on TikTok and tell the fact that I'm in Portugal and I can walk down the street at 2 o'clock in the morning and go get me a snack at the local 7-Eleven, and I don't have to worry about anybody attacking me because I live in one of the most safest countries in the world as a black woman. And everybody knows Portuguese was one of the first countries to start the slave trade. And then you fast forward almost 400 plus years, it's one of the safest countries for black women. I'm not mad at sisters for leaving the United States. I'm not mad at sisters when they sit back and say, I'm moving to Germany because I know my son will get the best education and he'll be able to get a certain amount of college education taken care of as well. I'm not mad at those women. I am not mad at white women when they sit back and they say, listen, I'm moving to France. I got 3 kids or I'm pregnant with one. And I know that we can do a lot when it comes to healthcare in France. I am not mad at those women for moving. Just because men are scared. That's the part that gets me the most. You would think men would be the adventurous ones and the ones that would be the pilgrimage of the family. No, statistics show that women are 4 times more likely to use their passports as well as relocate. So women travel more than men, and women, and don't sit up there with that lame ass excuse talking about some, well, they got child support, they got alimony. Bruh, did I not say most Americans don't move nowhere anyway? So we're not talking about Becky because with the babies, she ain't going nowhere. So stop talking about the girls that's getting child support are the ones that are moving. Statistics show that most people that have a bachelor's degree are the ones that are moving, males and females. In other words, the people that got some dang sense in their head, we're the ones that's moving. Pookie and Ray Ray and Keisha and them, they visit countries. They don't move to countries like we do. And statistics show the professional, focused sisters are moving faster than the professional, focused men. We just got to admit, it is what it is. You come with all these excuses, but guess what the women are doing? They leaving. Well, she got the money in a divorce. Stop being a little bitch and just admit women are stepping forward when it comes to relocating. They taking what little money they got and they saying like, listen, I got an online job and I got 10,000 stacked. I'm out this bitch. I got an online company. I own 5 pieces of real estate and I got 300,000 stacked. I'm out this bitch. They leaving. What are we doing? We can have 10,000 in an online job that's giving you 10,000 a month. And what do men in the United States do? Stay there so we can flex for bitches. Yeah, I bought me a Maserati. Yeah, you know, I'm making good. I'm making a little paper. I'm making a little paper. With a sister that's making the same amount of money that you making and stacking the same amount of money you got, she like, I ain't flexing for none of these motherfuckers. I'm out. We don't want to talk about that. You know how hard it is. You know, if y'all knew how many hours I put in creating these videos, and I try my hardest to find Black men that talk and move like this, like these sisters. Like the one white girl said, I took my parents for medical and they got check. I can find white women and Black women all day long that's doing that with their parents. You men, I can't find no footage. But when it's time for me to find footage of y'all throwing money in the air in different countries, I can find plenty of that. So it ain't like y'all traveling. It's just like y'all don't know, like y'all little ass boys when y'all travel. Buying an apartment. I can find plenty of footage of Black women and white women buying apartments around the world. Every blue moon, I come across a brother that's relocated and he's looking to invest in some property. Every blue moon. How to get out of the United States. When it comes to creating agencies to do that, Black women, white women got it locked down. I haven't found one, and I mean this, and I'm thinking about doing it myself because I already basically do it already when it comes to the vacation part. I might as well do it myself. I haven't found one Black male agency on TikTok that says, I can walk you through, I've been living in Greece, or I've been living in South America, or I've been living in South Africa. I can show you how to relocate to South Africa step by step by step. Here's my website, blah, blah. I ain't found one of you motherfuckers. One. Nope, it used to be one. It used to be one. So when I hear men bitching about women traveling, I be looking at y'all like, and y'all ain't doing it. When I hear y'all fussing about the women getting all this online money, and y'all ain't doing it. When I hear about sisters buying apartments in Cartagena and shit like that, and
Y'all ain't doing it. Everything I hear black men cuss and fuss about when they see sisters that's traveling and seeing white girls that's traveling, y'all ain't doing it. When it comes to setting up medical tourism, women, medical tourism. Men, ain't none of you motherfuckers doing it. But y'all cuss and fuss. Why the women out here? Why the women don't give a damn about y'all? The women out here, because they was out here before us, and long after you done took your ass back home drunk from Medellin, she gonna still be out here buying property. That's probably the most disappointing. It really disappoints me about how far I need to go as a businessman out here, but it also disappoints me when I sit back and I see how much money we spend as men globally. No matter what race, we spend a lot of money in these countries. Can I be honest? Only a few of us got shit to show for it. Only a few of us got shit to show for it. These women that came down here to Cartagena, they done started agencies for sisters to come down here with their husbands to get married. Well, I'll walk you through the steps. I'll help you and your husband get married in Cartagena, Colombia, a beautiful location. You don't have to go broke in Miami. You got sisters down here say, hey, we're doing a 3-city tour. You could 3 days we're in Cali, 3 days we're in Cartagena, and we're gonna end the tour as 4 days in Medellin. I ain't seen none of you men do no shit like that. Y'all do one trip to Medellin or one trip to Cartagena, and it is all about sex with the ladies. How many ladies y'all can set the dude up and in the party, that's it. The sisters like, during the tour, we'll introduce you to the local African community. At the same time, we'll introduce you to realtors in each city. So if you're interested in buying property in Cali or Medellin or Cartagena, we've got somebody there for you. If you want to learn about the school system for your children, we're going to introduce you to that as well. And here's the kicker. The sisters be in Colombia getting the same amount of sex that you do while they handle business. You think these sisters don't be coming down to Colombia getting that coochie beat down? Them sisters be getting in Colombia getting that coochie beat up, but they still know how to take care of business. White girls the same way. They come down here get that coochie beat down by these Colombian dudes, but they still know how to take care of business. They ain't throwing money up in the air. They ain't getting caught drugged. They getting smashed by Colombians. We saw one story of a woman who was part Colombian. Remember Obi Land did that one? The woman that was trying to do a fivesome, her and her dude with some Colombian ladies, and the Colombian ladies drugged her and the dude. Last year we watched it. That's the only time we seen a woman get drugged here in Colombia. Now, other times it probably have happened. I'm not denying that part, but not enough, not like us. Y'all think I'm on the sister side. I'm saying this because I'm on our side. It's time for us as men with passports to grow the fuck up, or we gonna be left behind. Bottom line, you can say I don't give a fuck. Okay, cool. I'm not talking to you. I'm gonna tell you again. I'm not talking to the not giver fucker dudes. I'm never talking to y'all. Y'all watch Love Crossing Borders for entertainment. The rest of us are here for information. I'm never talking to you dudes that think you know every damn thing. Never. Don't ever think I'm trying to convince any of you dudes. I'm not in the convincing business. Let them other YouTubers come out there and try to convince you of shit. That ain't my job. My job is to share information to where you guys can move safely to either be in an international relationship or internationally relocate. That's it. Our channel is dedicated to relationships and relocation on the international scale. Anything else is just for entertainment purposes only. And I'm here to tell you guys, man, we are getting left behind. We are not taking advantage of social media as businessmen as much as we should and as much as we could. We have a presence that's just as strong on social media as women do, and we're fucking it up. And I'm gonna tell you this, and I'm gonna say this again. Women are going to come to Colombia and take over social media, because when we had it for the last 7-18 years, most of us didn't know what the fuck to do with it. And all we did was go to Cartagena, get booty bait videos. We talk about hoes. We throwing money in the air. We talked about clubs. That's most of us. Some of us use it in a positive way. Shout out to my brother Jay in Cartagena that built the Airbnb and used his social media platform to this day to help guys come to a safe area in Cartagena. Shout out to him and the brothers involved in the investment, him and his girl, in the event that they have every year in Cartagena. But most of us that's going to Cartagena, most of us going to Medellin, most dudes that's coming to Cali, we on fuckery and we don't want to admit it, but it's cool. Because of our fuckery, now there's dudes that can't get through the airport. Thank you. Thank you, all you content creators that put all your business, put all of our business out there. Now the dudes that just come through, you can't even come through Colombia with condoms no damn more. Thank you. Thank you for fucking up the good times. We appreciate what you did. We really do. Because I'm telling y'all, and y'all think I'm just talking ish. Watch what happens in the next 2 years with social media in Colombia. Y'all gonna be getting kicked out so you can't come. And it's gonna be an empty void. Remember when Ace Live left and Check and Effect left? Was there not a void and Life with David left? Was there not a void in Medellin content creation? Was there not 200 motherfuckers all of a sudden popped up on YouTube trying to claim that they knew Medellin better than everybody else? Was it not? Same thing gonna happen. Now all 200 you lame motherfuckers can't come to Medellin no more with your booty bait cameras. It's a void now. Guess who's gonna take over that void? Women. Women are going to take over Cartagena social media. Women are going to take over Medellin social media. Women are going to take over Bogota social media. When we had it, we didn't know how to act with it. When we had the ability to introduce and interview businessmen on a different level, we didn't know what the hell to do with it. There's a few dudes that's out there on YouTube in Medellin. Shout out to all them positive dudes that are doing positive things, introducing you to the real Medellin. But 90% of y'all over in Medellin and trying to do it in Cali and try to do it in Cartagena, you on fuckery and you are fading away. So y'all can look at me like I don't know what I'm talking about. Man, fuck that nigga Dre. You can do all the fuck that nigga Dre you want. In the next 2 years, watch who's going to be taking over. You think Mariah Sincere is going to be the only sister that's going to start blowing up in Medellin? Y'all rabbit ass mind. Watch how many sisters start blowing up in Colombia in the next 2 years. And this is the funny part. They're going to blow up as Medellin becomes one of the most famous cities in the world. That's the funny part. Once they get done with all this construction and all these amazing things and arenas and everything they're doing in Medellin, the boots on the ground content is going to be made by the positive men and mainly by women. Because since 2015, we only been on party. Look at my bitch, look at my bitch, look at my bitch mode. And now Colombia has taken all that footage, and I said this shit way back when. Colombia took all that footage Oh, so this what y'all look at? Y'all think of our country? Y'all think of our city? Okay, cool. Get the fuck out. You need my money. Let's see. I look at Medellin before I end this. I look at Medellin the same way that Jay-Z look at Damon Dash. Remember Damon Dash was like, Jay-Z, you'll never make it without me. You'll never make it. I could build another Jay-Z. What did Jay say? You made one Hove, build another Hove. If you made me, build another one. If you made Medellin, if you think because you take your pay-for-play and nightlife money away, Medellin is not going to prosper, it's going to fall apart. You built one Hove. You think you built Medellin? Go build another Medellin. Go to another country, build that one. Since you think that your money is your pay-for-play and nightlife money is all that, Medellin is daring you, telling you you can't even get the fuck off the planes no more. You built one Hove. You think you built us? Okay. Go build another Hove. Go build another Hove. And just like Jay-Z was all right, so will Medellin be. Medellin is already setting itself up for families, females, old folks. Families, females, old folks, and the positive brothers. Those of us who've been waiting and praying for y'all asses to be banned from coming to Colombia. You know how long I've been waiting to see them block y'all asses from getting off them planes? Wait a minute. Do y'all? I know y'all don't think Andre is hurt because y'all are being blocked from getting off a plane. I am so happy. I'm so glad that Spirit Airlines is no more. Brother posted earlier, JetBlue going to be gone? Man, I'll be dancing in the street after this live stream. You know how long I've been waiting, dude? Boy, if I had a rocking chair, I would sit my ass in front of the airport like this, watching you motherfuckers get turned around. Did you see that, T-Mac? They done turned around another one of them young boys. And brought his young ass down here, thought he was gonna come down here. The boy came down with 900 condoms. He only here for 4 days. I be sitting my ass in a rocking chair like an old dude. And then turned around. What? How many of them? How many of them? That's about 14 of them boys didn't turn around so far. Ain't that T-Mac? Ain't that about 14 of them boys? He turned back about 14 of them boys this week. Sitting my old ass in a rocking chair, smoking a cigar. You think I ain't been waiting around for this shit, man? I've been waiting for years for them to tell y'all Pookies get the fuck on. For years. Don't y'all ever think that all of us who are black men from the United States and who are white men from the United States and Asian men from the United States agree with your fuckery? We don't. We don't. I cannot wait. The first wave has already happened of my little dream of them turning y'all asses around. I can't wait for the Pookie and Ray Ray YouTubers for their channels to plummet because they can't come to Medellin or Cartagena no more. They can't do no more Cartagena booty bait. I can't wait to see y'all shit replaced by the women that are gonna showcase Colombia in a positive light. Watch, y'all think I'm lying. Y'all think I'm lying. We can always be able to do content. Shit. Not the way that you've been doing it. Either you and your content are gonna have to grow the fuck up and act like a grown-ass man with a camera, or watch your channel crash and burn. And I've been around long enough on YouTube. I done seen a lot of you motherfuckers come and a lot of y'all go. Y'all don't even exist anymore. Crashed and burned.
crashed and burned. Crashed and burned. And I can't wait for it. I can't wait for it. All you channels that think that you got it on lock, you can't come here no more and just throw up booty bait videos because the police are on your ass. And the next time you try to come in, they're going to turn your ass right around. Get the fuck out this country. And I've been waiting for years to see that shit. Why? Because of my brand? Hell no. I don't do the same content you do, so I don't care. My content is completely different. It's always been different. So there is no jealousy from me in regards to content. I already got the plaque. Fuck that. I'm telling y'all now, man, changes are on the horizon. And for all of us men that have been quality dudes all these years in all the countries that we go to, it don't even impact us. I kid you not. All the countries that are putting their foot down, they are not putting their foot down for us. It's just another day in the park for us. They ain't turned T-Mac away. They ain't turned Will away. They ain't turned me away. They ain't turned none of us. We ain't never had no issue being turned away. We ain't never went through none of that shit. That's y'all that got to worry about that shit. It's not fair. Shouldn't have been an ass. Should have acted like he was a grown-ass man in Colombia. You think Colombia is going to be the only one? Watch till Brazil start cracking down on you ignorant motherfuckers. You think Brazil going to let y'all just have one Floyd incident? You think Brazil is stupid enough to think out of all the thousands of brothers that make it to Brazil, it was only one Floyd? They coming for y'all asses in Brazil too. Oh, yes. This continent is not playing with y'all no more. Do y'all think y'all gonna run y'all ass to bit? This is the funny part, T-Mac. The most hilarious shit that's about to happen in the next 3 years is to see these Pookies and Ray Rays try to run to Venezuela. If you did not know how to act like you had some sense in Colombia, and it is dangerous, you think you could take that same behavior to Venezuela? As dangerous as that motherfucker is? I can't wait to watch this show unfold. Ain't gonna be no, he woke up 5 hours later, all his stuff was gone. It's gonna be mamas on Venezuelan news. My baby missing. He is 32 years old. He is ex-military from the United States. And my son is missing in Venezuela. That's all I know is that he went to Venezuela. And when he said that he was in Venezuela, I talked to him 2 days ago. I have not talked to my baby. And he is 32 years old, ex-military. And he's in Venezuela. If anybody in Venezuela have seen my baby, your mama's gonna be crying on Venezuelan news. You think your ass gonna wake up in Venezuela? Shh. You stupid. Oh my God. Oh, that's gonna be funny in the next 2 or 3 years. That's gonna be funny as hell. I can't wait for it. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all think I don't feel sorry for y'all when y'all get drugged in Colombia? I'm really ain't gonna feel sorry for your ass when you get drugged in Venezuela. When they chop your ass up, why shouldn't they? Okay, wait a minute. Pause. Y'all gonna run to Venezuela, get drugged, and y'all gonna use them same bitchy ass excuses y'all used in Medellin. The Venezuelan police should do something. Come on, I'm following your lead. The Venezuelan police should do something. Why are the women drugging us? We trying to pay them. They messing up their own money. Come on, let's do it. All the excuses that you used in Colombia, you think you ain't gonna use them bitchy ass excuses in Venezuela? Why ain't the government doing something? They letting all this happen. See, the government in cahoots, the Venezuelan government in cahoots with the police.
I bet you the Airbnb security has something to do with it. All them bitch ass excuses y'all use in Colombia, make sure you put them all in your suitcase. Put them all in your suitcase to take to Venezuela. Cause I know y'all, you're gonna fuck up like you did in DR. You're gonna fuck up like you've been doing in Thailand and the Philippines. You're gonna fuck up like you did in Cancun. And you're gonna fuck up like you did in Colombia. And them same bitchy ass excuses that you use in all those areas, you're gonna use them in Venezuela. Watch. Every excuse. You're gonna blame the Venezuelan police. You're gonna blame the pay for play. You're gonna blame the cartels. You're gonna blame the government. You're gonna blame everybody but your stupid ass. Everybody gonna get blamed. The same thing you did in DR. Oh man, these women in DR, man, they be tripping, man. She gave me one price and then she started screaming about another price. I had to pay her off to get off. Every time we turned around, y'all was getting in trouble going on World Star in DR. Y'all was going viral on World Star before there was even such thing as the term passport bros. I watched you motherfuckers going viral in 2018 on World Star. In DR. I kid you not, man. I'm sitting back looking at it. Why the fuck? And it just kept rolling. 2023 come. Y'all still going viral in DR. And y'all blame the pay for play. You blame the police for not doing anything. You blame the resort managers. The resort managers should have had more security. You blame every fucking body. Then you came to Colombia, did the same shit. Now you're over there in Thailand and the Philippines and you're doing that same shit. Everybody's fault but yours. And you're gonna do the same bitch shit in Venezuela. I already know. Man, I can't stand that nigga Drake. I don't give a fuck. These cameras and lights got to go off. Your dumb ass gonna be a dumbass in Venezuela. We plan on going to Venezuela. I'm gonna say this again. Me and Mrs. Spence will enjoy Venezuela. Your ass gonna come up dead in Venezuela. Why? I don't move like you. T-Mac don't move like you. Official Kobe, the official one, he don't move like you. We can go. I'm gonna say this again. See, we can go. Why? Because no matter what country we go to, we ain't on fuckery like you. We know how to keep our business to ourselves. We know how to maneuver among this woman is yes and this woman is no. Y'all maneuver among any bitch. You think you couldn't trust them beautiful bottom feeders in Medellin? Go on, take your ass to Caracas. Go on, take your ass to Caracas real quick. Go on, run your ass over to Venezuela. I can't wait for this shit show. I cannot wait. And I'm telling y'all today, don't cry when I laugh. I'm going to say that now. Do not cry. I don't want to see no I hate Love Crossing Borders videos. I don't want to hear y'all doing no look in the comment section crying like a little bitch. I don't want to see y'all coming up on the live stream and in the comment section crying like a little bitch. No, be a fucking man about yours. Be a man about yours. Stop crying, because I'm going to keep laughing. Me and Obi-Land shit. Obi-Land might go over to Venezuela and do some Obi-Land International type shit. You can run. Hey, now you're going to have a real reason to run your ass over to Razor Rays. You want to be a one-arm motherfucker on Razor Rays. Razor Ray, they didn't cut my damn arm off. What happened? Razor Ray going to be sitting up there like this. You know, Razor sit sideways with his beard. What happened? You know, Razor sits sideways with his beard looking at you. Well, what happened to your arm? Really? And you know, Razor is not a man of many words. He just let you keep talking. Tell me more. Razor will sit up there sideways and look at your one arm ass. What they do with the other arm? Shit, shout out to Razor Rays.
The only person that's gonna halfway try to understand you is DC Rob. On today's episode of DC Rob, another dumb motherfucker went to Venezuela and did some stupid shit. Before we go into that, I want to give a shout out to all my supporters. You know, DC Rob always get a shout out to all his supporters. Thank you for all the supporters who show love and appreciation through the Patreon as well as super chats and not super chats, but and PayPal. We appreciate what you do. Yes, as I was saying, another dumb motherfucker went to Venezuela and did some stupid shit and got some stupid results. And then he'll start reading Venezuelan news and shit, newspaper. DC Rob gonna be looking at you motherfuckers like fresh footage. Fresh footage. Me, y'all know me, I'm coming with the jokes. I'm coming with it. I'm gonna laugh at your ass. I'm not gonna laugh at your mama who's gonna be on Venezuela news looking for her baby. I'm not laughing at mom because it ain't mom's fault that you done took your ass to Venezuela and did some stupid shit. That boy done took his ass down to Venezuela. He know he married with 3 kids. Your wife all on there. My husband died in Venezuela. Well, how'd he die? He said he was going to a bachelor party in Venezuela. He was fucking with them hoes. He always liked them hoes. My husband, I love him, but he always loved them hoes. And them hoes loved him. You got any money to get the body shipped back, ma'am? Or are you going to get the body shipped back or anything? Talk to us. Fuck him. No, I am not paying for his body to be shipped back. The same hoes that killed him is the same hoes that can keep him. I'm going back to the United States and get my insurance money. Get my motherfucking insurance money. Me and the kids about to live good. Come on, kids, we going to Dairy Queen. Damn your daddy. Anytime your woman let you leave your body in leave your body in Venezuela, not Venezuela, Venezuela, because your family don't know nothing about the countries that you be going to. Where that nigga go? He went to Venezuela. Where is that? By Mexico? I think it's by Mexico. You know, took his ass down to Venezuela, got his arm chopped off and drugged. I ain't sending for his body. Hell no, I ain't gonna get no GoFundMe. If the GoFundMe is gonna be for me, your mama ain't gonna ship your body back or nothing because you a dumbass. And as for me, I'm coming with the jokes. Soon as your mama don't get your body shipped back, I'm laughing like a motherfucker. Your mama and your wife didn't get your body shipped back. Venezuelans looking like, what the fuck are we supposed to do with this? Dismember it. You can sell the parts. Shit, they gonna chop your body up and sell your parts so fast. You going to Venezuela? We going to Venezuela. I've been listening to y'all like the last 3 weeks. We going to Venezuela. I can't wait for this shit to happen. I'm sitting here feeling like this. I can't wait for this shit show to happen. Y'all think I'm playing? Shit. I'm serious. Watch how many jokes I crack in the next 3 years. If the Lord had me around, bruh, watch the hilarity that ensues on this channel in the next 3 years. Y'all got me fucked all the way up, man. Hell, Venezuela. Took that boy and went down to Venezuela. Where is it? Where is my son? Mama, you know he went to Venezuela. Venezuela, where's that? Now you know Venezuela on the other side of California. He done went to California. No, he went to Venezuela. It's by California. Your mama don't even know where the hell you at. She just all over the news in Venezuela. Well, what part of Venezuela is he in? I don't know. Shit, they ain't shipping your body back. Last picture your kids go see of you is your passport. Well, here's your daddy. Here's what your daddy used to look like. Last picture your kids go see of your dumb asses on a passport. Now, this is what your daddy wants to look like. Open up the passport. Stupid motherfuckers, I swear. We going to Venezuela, really? With that behavior, huh? Really? Shit. Oh yeah, he go shoot. DC Rob gonna have a go-go beat. Yes, he is. DC Rob gonna have so much footage. So much I already know. Said, I'm laughing. He said Dre will be on vacation in Venezuela. And the Pookies will be on the side of the road. Absolutely. In work detail. Oh man, help me, Dre. I remember your show. Help me. They arrested me for pay for play. It's a T-Mac, especially the dudes that think that they know the Venezuelan laws and they try to apply Colombian laws in Venezuela. Well, I thought that was legal. Nope. Once they put them handcuffs on y'all, well, in Colombia, this is Venezuela. They're gonna lock your ass up in Venezuela for some shit that you thought because it was legal in Colombia. It was legal to do that dumb shit in Colombia. Then you try to do it in Venezuela. Well, I thought I was supposed to be able to get 3 women up in here. No, that's illegal in our country. You can't be doing that here. Well, I didn't know it. Now you know you're about to give us 120 days. Think about it. Think about it. I'll lock your asses up in Venezuela. Seriously. Hell yeah. American like, and if you think we lying, if you think I'm lying, I got an episode that I got coming up this weekend of all you dumb motherfuckers hey, check it. Hey, T-Mac, they always talk about Colombia dangerous. I'm going to the Philippines. Cool. It is so safe here in Thailand. Malaysia is so wonderful. I believe it. You know what ain't wonderful about Thailand? What ain't wonderful about the Philippines? What ain't wonderful about Malaysia, Vietnam, and South Korea? How often you ignorant motherfuckers are getting locked up out there. Bruh, I got an episode that's coming up this Saturday. The person, the country ain't dangerous. It is you. Man, y'all done got y'all asses to some of the safest countries on the planet. And y'all steady getting locked up. Y'all keep y'all ass, bruh. I ain't never seen, bro. I thought people get locked up in the States. Dude, I got at least 50 videos of y'all asses getting locked up in Southeast Asia. White boys, brothers, Africans, sisters. Yes, those countries are safe. But like I said in the past, there is no country safe for stupid people. The country doesn't exist. Y'all want to leave Colombia because y'all looking for a country that's safe for stupid people. Y'all want to go to Venezuela because y'all think it's going to be safe for stupid people. Y'all went to Vietnam, Korea, Cambodia, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, because you thought because they said it's safe, that meant it's safe for stupid people. I'm going to tell you this now. There is no such thing as a country that is safe for stupid people. So yes, in Colombia, you'll get drugged. But stupid people will get locked up and get their ass whooped in Thailand. Stupid people end up homeless living on the beach
in Thailand, in the Philippines. Oh man, y'all just stupid motherfuckers. You go to the country where there is very little to any issue that you got to worry about somebody snatching something or stealing something. And the number one videos I see where it says Thailand arrested. I ain't got to put nothing else. Thailand arrested on TikTok. I'm seeing very few Thai getting locked up. I'm finding just for Thailand 50, 60 videos of y'all asses getting locked up in Thailand. So what's the point of going to safe Thailand if you and the European white boys keep y'all ass in somebody's jail? What's the use of going to the Philippines if you keep your ass in jail in the Philippines? And I mean, you motherfuckers stay in jail for some of the dumbest shit I ever seen. Y'all stay getting locked up. It ain't enough I didn't know they had that many. T-Mac, I didn't know they had that many handcuffs in Southeast Asia. I didn't know they had that many handcuffs. You motherfuckers stay locked up. I'm looking at the sisters always getting locked up. I got about 4 or 5 videos of just on the sister getting their ass locked up as white dudes. The white man? Shit, the white man stay locked up. And you brothers, the Africans and the African sisters, y'all keep some cuffs on y'all. Talk to me, brothers. Why y'all keep cuffs on in the Philippines? Why y'all stay getting locked up? It ain't enough white boys in the comment section to tell me. So I got all these brothers here. Why y'all stay locked up in Thailand? Why y'all stay locked up in Malaysia? Why y'all always get locked up in South Korea? Y'all want to talk about that? Should I not do this episode this Saturday? I shouldn't do it. I should just pretend like y'all don't get locked up. I should just pretend that y'all get drugged in Colombia. It's dangerous in Colombia. But since y'all thought y'all could take y'all stupidity to a safe country, it was going to work. I can be stupid in Thailand, hey, and not get drugged. You're right. You can be stupid in Thailand and not get drugged. That doesn't mean that you can be stupid in Thailand and your dumb ass can't get locked up. Boy, they keep them cuffs on them, don't they? They keep cuffs on them. And it be something dumb. I mean, it be crimes that you be like, man, they lying. They inventing a crime. That can't be true. Y'all stay so locked up on there, you be like, that's bullshit. They don't get locked up like that. Every time you turn around, there's a group of Thai people like bees whooping y'all asses in the middle of the street. And here's the part. Are y'all going to finally admit that brothers be loving them lady boys just like the white boys? I got a bunch of footage of brothers getting stomped by lady boys for not coming out that money. I think y'all believe in the lady part, but y'all keep forgetting they boys. They got just as much testosterone and bass in their voice as you do. You know, it used to be taboo to talk about brothers like them lady boys. Them days over, bro. I ain't gonna even pretend like y'all don't like them. Y'all love them motherfuckers. Y'all love them. Oh, I don't, Negro, please. I got so much footage of the brothers with lady boys as much as the white boys. Just as much footage. One video I got, brother got mad at the lady boy after they had sex, and he found another dude in his phone. So he got the lady boy phone. True story. Y'all go see the video. Got the lady boy phone. This brother was so jealous. Older dude. So jealous.
The video is of him smashing the lady boy's phone in public. Why you brothers ain't tell me when y'all left Colombia y'all was gonna go with them lady boys? I'm gonna say this again. If y'all was messing with them, if y'all so open to mess with them lady boys in Thailand, that means that y'all was messing with these transgender Colombians over here. Nobody was coming out saying nothing, you know, because nobody really is not as famous. The transgender in Colombia is not as famous as the lady boys. So nobody really had proof that you brothers was messing with the transgender just like the white boys, right? Now it's footage out. And a partner of mine told me this 6 years ago. Because he'd been living in Thailand forever. He said, Dre, you know, I got a lot of friends, because he'd been living there so long, that work as bar girls. And they know my boys. And he said, Dre, a lot of my boys mess with them boys. He say, so when you thinking the roughest, toughest Timberland walking this type of dudes from New York and from Atlanta and from San Francisco and from you know, from Cleveland or whatever, you think that they into the girls. He said, Dre, them dudes be into them lady boys. He said, and I'm telling you, Dre, the ladies be telling me them dudes be, he said, brothers madly in love with the lady boys. He said, we'll put it on the white dudes because it's that stigma out there. He said, and it's true. He said, but I'm gonna tell you something. It is a growing pool of brothers that mess with lady boys. And he told me this. He said, here's the sad part. To run into the lady boys, you literally have to go into their area. He said they have their own area where they're kind of like away from the regular ladies because they don't want no trouble. He said, so when you messing with a lady boy, you literally have to go into their area messing with them to try to get one. How come y'all brothers ain't tell me y'all doing all that? How come y'all want to put it on the white man? How come y'all been trying to put lady boys on the white man? The white man ain't the only one that's out there messing with them boys. I'll say this again. Some of y'all get y'all great adventures on outside. You know, you got a kid and a wife back home and a side chick. You got a kid and a wife back home and a side chick. But your dream was one of them lady boys. How come you ain't tell the truth? Make it seem like the white man was the only one messing with them boys. Y'all ain't think I ain't got no popcorn for y'all nasty mother? I'm pulling the razor ray on y'all right now. I'm putting a razor ray on you, mother. You nasty mother. Yeah, D. Kirk. Oh, I got footage, bruh. I got footage. Like I said, I've been hearing them stories for years, but I never had any proof. Now, they court y'all fighting them over prices. Brothers. Not Africans, not Jamaicans, so they didn't put it on them Jamaican brothers. Stateside, red, white, and blue brothers be flying 21 hours to Thailand just so you can get a man? Why don't you just say that you LGBT? Why don't you just... You ain't got to hide it. Craig, you ain't got to lie to kick it, Craig. You ain't... Craig, I still got love for you, bro. Shout out to the LGBTQ brothers out there, man. We ain't hating on you. Keep that over there, but we ain't hating on you. But all you do is to try to hide and pretend like, no, that ain't me. That's the white man. That's the white man. Them European white men be messing with them ladies. But shh, that'd be y'all. That'd be y'all, just like them white boys, those nasty mother. They ain't gonna say nothing, Jay. They ain't gonna say nothing. They just gonna keep on going over there to do it. They just gonna keep on going over there to do it. My man had me rolling, man. He told me that I was probably sat up there for an hour, man. And I remember this because I was still in Tampa at that time period. I probably sat up there laughing at this dude tell these stories to me about because he was at the Philippines at that time period. Like I said, he'd been living there for like, God. By the time I moved to Colombia, he had already been living in the Philippines in Thailand. He had already been living in Thailand for about 5 years at that time period. So he's at about year 14, year 15, 16, right? And he was like, Dre, man, my girls be coming back telling me some of the funniest fucking stories about black men that come to Thailand messing with them lady boys. I said, you lying. He said, Dre, and he started telling me stories. I say, nigga, you funny as hell. Because dudes don't realize the bar girls, that's regular bar girls, sometimes have a WhatsApp group in the phone with the lady boys. They all start sharing stories about you dudes. So now the regular girls know which dudes, brothers are coming down, and white boys are coming down to mess with the lady boys as well as the regular girls. Right, you ain't got a lot of cred. We understand LGBTQ. I don't understand. Like I said, keep that over there. But hey, we respect. Hey, do what you do. Do what you do. But sit up there pretending like it's the white dude and the man. Wait till this Saturday. Wait till this Saturday's episode. I'm giving y'all a heads up. If you like them lady boys, Saturday episode is not the one you want to watch on Love Crossing Borders. You gonna get your feelings hurt. You gonna get your feelings hurt this episode. You gonna be in trouble this episode. Can't believe you brothers are like the brothers. The brothers. Nasty motherfuckers. He said, yeah, you can't. Shout out to Bobby. Yeah, you can't make it up. Ain't it like I'm lying? I think we're at the end of our video anyway. Yeah, we're at the end part of our video.
Countries which are absorbing Americans are not doing anything miraculous. Portugal has affordable housing.
Many Americans want to leave the U.S. right now because of Trump, but for Black Americans, they wonder what life would be like for them in Europe. Portugal has low harassment rates and a diverse culture, attracting many of them.
I had a level of fear that Trump was going to win again, and I was like, I need to get the out of the U.S.
It has felt like a lot less pressure than it was in the United States, but my positioning is different. The way I'm treated is different. The privileges that I carry here are different than in the U.S.
Racism exists everywhere. I don't feel as though I've been directly impacted. I know that as an American, I come with a certain amount of privilege that maybe shields me from some of that.
For me, as an American, it was really important that I assess safety outside of violence control.
I 100% feel like I belong here and I have a right to be here. So if you're wanting to move because of the current administration, it is okay to do that. You have to choose yourself, choose your health, choose your peace.
What do you think of their experiences?
Germany has accessible education and healthcare. Spain has public spaces where people gather without spending money. Ireland has schools where their kids learn without practicing what to do when someone walks in with a gun. These are not utopian ideas. These are choices, policy choices, cultural choices, decisions about what a society decides to protect. The only question that actually matters here is whether America is willing to look at what's happening and ask itself honestly why it's happening.
Bro, since moving to Thailand last year, I know that there's a ton of people that ever wonder if, like, bro, do you miss America? Are you ever gonna move back to America? Like, what about your friends? What about your family? What about a job? What about this? What about that? Why would I miss the scam? Why would I miss the American scam? There's no American dream. Why would I miss the American scam? I'm out here in Thailand, walking through a market right now, about to get me some organic vegetables and fruits for a very affordable price. I just love this life, and I love the Thai locals. You feel me? Sawadee Krap, everybody. Sawadee Krap, Sawadee Krap. Nah, I ain't going back to America. Fuck that.
If you think I'm doing all this work to move abroad just to go live there for a year, 2 years, and then coming back to Louisiana, Baton Rouge, man, get the fuck out of here, bro. I'm never coming back to this motherfucker. Ever.
Brother ended it all. ever.
All right, so 90 years.
Because a lot of us feel that way. Ever. We'll visit family. We'll support when we can. We try our best to set a positive examples of Americans in other countries. But many of us have said, goodbye, Georgia. I may never see you again. Goodbye, Michigan. I may never see you again. Goodbye, New York. Goodbye, Carolinas. Goodbye, Utah. Goodbye, Wyoming. Goodbye, Oklahoma. Goodbye, Dakotas. Goodbye, Washington, D.C. and the state of Washington. Goodbye, Texas. I may never see you again. Goodbye, California. Goodbye, Oregon. Goodbye, Nevada. I may never see you again. Goodbye, Louisiana, Arkansas. Goodbye to Wisconsin, Illinois, Ohio. Goodbye, Philly. I may never see you again. Or all of Pennsylvania. And we're at peace with that. We're at peace with saying goodbye to Alaska as well as to Hawaii. And we may never see you again. And that's what it's like to have peace outside of the United States. Kid you not. Montreal says, I will not be watching that episode. And I'm not saying that it's going to be doing something. Most of it's going to be dudes getting beat down by messing around with them boys. I will not be. I will catch you on Sundays right after church service. Sunday live stream. He say, my stomach won't take it. I kid you not, man. It's the funniest thing. You looking like, what? He say, damn, we Pookie, yeah. Pooking it up for the Saudi Arabia, yep. In the 90s and 2000s for the 99. Yeah, man. Let me get ready to let you gentlemen go. We've been on here for quite a while. Let me let you gentlemen go. We got a great live stream and some interviews coming up this week. He said, I mean, we had, our brother Dave said this. He said, side note, Dre, are we going to do another investment? Yes, we are. Yes, we are doing another investment live. Absolutely correct. There's a couple of lives that we did last year that had to do with investments, that had to do with jobs, government, not government, contract work, things like that. So we're going to be doing another episode like that. We got to do our crypto episode, our annual crypto episode. He said, don't forget the chip super chats. Let me check it out, AM. Let me make sure I don't forget. Thank you very much, brother, for reminding me. Oh, wait a minute. I got a couple. Oh, I did that one. My brother AM says this, a man supporting men. He said, Andre, the sad thing about trying to live in a minimalist is trying to live as a minimalist in the United States. The cheaper you go in rent, you're most likely living in an unsafe neighborhood. And that's the part, man. You can really live a really good life as a minimalist in other countries. And I'll tell you what, I don't mean you got to. Americans think when you hear the word minimalist, well, he must be broke. Stop doing that. I know people in the United States that got money, and I mean money, but they don't spend it on everything. They just keep investing, buying properties, things like that. They're minimalists. Not everybody's got to be flashy to have money. Some people just like, listen, I got, like I was watching Jesse Ventura the other day. Jesse Ventura, the ex mayor an ex-wrestler. I mean, he was the ex-governor and he was an ex-wrestler from back in the day. He was the ex-governor for what, Wisconsin? Minnesota. He now lives a minimalist life with him, his dog, and his wife in Mexico. Once he was done being mayor of Minnesota, loaded up his truck and moved to Mexico. He is not broke, but he decided to live a minimalist life. To live the life of minimalism in the United States, you can't live the life that you want to live. Let's be real. But to live a minimalist life in another country, you still among the top 10, top 20 percenters, even as a minimalist in most countries. That's the part. That's the part. That is so true, brother. Yeah, and he was in Predators. Yep, he was also in Predators. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yep, ex-Navy SEAL. Good call, gentlemen. Good call. All right, let's go ahead and head on out with an outro video. And I'm going to look up this some of these colognes that you guys were sharing. Let's get ready to go with this one.